They thought they had banished us forever. But now, finally, we have returned.
And indeed we have, to discuss Revenge of the Sith. This should be interesting. So first off, I have my lovely co-host, Brightness Neph Champion.
Hello, everyone! Yes, this is my favorite character from the books that come between the original trilogy and this one.
Yep.
Of course, they take place afterwards, but they were written between the two series, so...
Yeah. The continuity of Star Wars is a ever-changing mess.
There should have been maybe 5 authors in total, instead of, more like 10? Even with 5, they probably would have had continuity troubles, but it would have been much easier to keep everything straight.
I think the 10 might be a conservative estimate.
Yeah, but, I was just throwing numbers out there.
I think it's probably more like 20 authors or something like that. It's a lot. Star Wars is the biggest.
No wonder the quality of writing was everywhere.
That's why I said 10 was probably a very, very conservative estimate on how many authors were involved in writing Star Wars stuff. Alrighty. Well, we need to bring our wonderful and lovable level-headed curmudgeon on.
Die horribly. I mean, happy afternoon. I mean, good afternoon.
Mm-hmm. I remember when I think Neph suggested writing something out of our comfort zone. I was like, I think Valeri was like, do not make Dunshep write anything outside his comfort zone. That would be horrible.
Make him write something chaste and wholesome.
I did. It's called Dragon Blasters.
Okay. If you say so.
There's no gross sex stuff in that one.
Not that you've shown us yet, anyway. Just no. No.
Oh.
Okay. Let's bring on the luster chap. Or else the wolf, one or the other. Uh-oh.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Well, say hi. So I think I'll actually bring in your horrifying being.
Well, yes.
Yes, I am.
No lie, Sherlock.
Yep. Yes. So, but since Becca's here, I think I won't deprive her of her bard.
Here's to the bard and the calling we plumb. Here's to the beast and the rest of you scum. The cage is knocked in and the town is aflame, and it's ours for the taking, though you get the fame.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hey, Tarek.
You know that's not canon anymore, right, Neph?
Yeah, I know it is, but that doesn't stop her from being my favorite character.
She's not real. Much like a waifu, she's not real. Disney saw to that.
which is unfortunate. But actually, I'm really, really happy that they left Mara Jade where she is.
Yeah.
Ironically, even in the EU canon, that is still dead.
Well, yeah, but
Alrighty, let's.
oh no,
let's
I'm
bring in
not
the wolf
in denial.
boy.
I know that Mara Jade is dead in both canons. That doesn't stop her from being my favorite character.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let's bring in Wolf.
This cannot be.
I am actually calm today. I have a sweet in my mouth. I'm fine. It sure calms me.
Okay. I was just bargaining with Mr. I'm just bargaining with Mr. Replica Films, who really wants to come on this stream.
Oh my goodness!
I know, but I'll bring him in for 15 minutes at the end, but that'll be the timer. All right. Let's bring it that way we don't get like too derailed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty. Let's bring in our final Lord von Lustra.
My old enemy. You cannot hide from me.
Just getting the red robes for the special occasion. And he's already here, I see.
Yeah, sorry. I had a pretty big cast who wanted to talk about this already. I'm sorry.
Yeah, White Dragon didn't get on either, so you're not allowed.
Yeah, he was last to say he wanted to be on, and also like I don't know if he has like that many opinions on this. It's as opposed to Game of Thrones.
I don't think he does. I don't really think he's much of a.
He's more interested, kind of like it's more just like we're united in our common hatred of TLJ.
Yeah.
Mostly because like TLJ is offensive to everybody's intelligence.
We're gonna have to talk about that movie at some point, aren't we?
If you're gonna do that alone, I'm never gonna be on your side for that one. I said I'm a friend, but I ain't going through that shit.
As
with
I
you.
said before, Dunn, if you want me on that stream for that, then you have to be monetized already.
I honestly like I'm not going to watch the entire video. What do you mean?
I think he means the Prezi.
It's fine. I kind of like it.
Isn't it Dunn's Prezi? It looks pretty short.
Well.
Yeah. Well, it's got like 8 points. It's got like 6 points. It's got like 7 points on it. I think that I don't think that the Revenge of the Sith is very bad. No.
Of the 3 movies, it is definitely the best. Although, with this trilogy, the bar could be higher.
It's called a Prezi. Have you ever seen a Prezi, Mr. Replica Films? So this is kind of like I think this is to be honest, I would say this is about maybe the same quality as, say, Battle of the Five Armies. That's where I would rank Revenge of the Sith as a movie, to be honest.
I don't know, because you have to define that better, because I don't know what you're talking about.
And I don't think I've seen that film, so you're gonna have to choose a different comparison.
I swear to God, if you say The Room again.
I'm not going to say that the Room is worse in every single conceivable way than this movie.
Maybe you should probably take that logic and relook at that real quick, because The Room is a freaking masterpiece.
So,
all right,
let's kind of go with kind of our before and after thoughts. Depends on which version.
Actually, Replica, I might argue that Battle of the Five Armies is more competent than Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah.
Then again, it's been a long time since I saw Battle of the Five Armies, so...
The extended actually fixes a lot of the problems with...
It does.
With the original.
It was fun.
Yeah, it's very fun. You get, like, brutal R-rated Middle-earth violence.
you get Peter Jackson going back to his roots with freaking Brain Dead in Battle of the Five Armies. It is a gore fest.
Yeah, you get wargs getting turned into literal blood paste by a chariot, by a scythe chariot.
With a machine gun stake, with a stake machine gun mounted to the back, like it's Iraq.
In that case, I am very, very glad that I missed that one.
Tolkien would have been proud.
Let's go into real detail about it.
Yeah. Yes. So, thoughts before and after. I'll go first, and then we'll just kind of go down the line.
Sure.
So, I think that this is kind of my personal favorite Star Wars movie for a number of reasons, even though I know Empire is categorically better. Mainly because, like, I have a soft spot in my heart from it for after, like, it kind of gave me the most, like, emotional experience out of any Star Wars movie. Maybe because, like, as a kid, like, I just, like, didn't have, like, I watched it and I was kind of just like, oh, that's cool for the other movies. And then I watched this and it was just Order 66 really, like hit me. And that's kind of, it's probably, Order 66 is kind of my favorite moment. It's kind of probably in a similar way that, like, the Red Wedding is, even though it's a tragic, horrible moment, that the revenge that this has. And I do like the fight between Anakin and Obi-Wan. I think it's a little bit long and could have been edited out, but
I would have. You can't edit the entire fight out.
I doubt.
Some of it, maybe, but
I think
all of it.
Trim. I think you could trim certain things out to make it, like, trim, but not like cut. It wouldn't be cutting. It would be mostly like trimming things, like things to make it a little bit shorter.
Get trim what? There was 4-hour cuts.
Allegedly.
That will never be released.
Which is a damn shame.
Yeah.
It will never get yeah, it's unlike, well, kind of the thing is, I don't know if the prequel fans are as obnoxious as Snyder fans.
Are you sure?
Nah, Snyder fans are, like, the absolute worst. Like,
yeah,
no joke.
I made a comment about the Snyder Cut on Twitter recently, and I got swarmed by like 20 Snyder cult bots who had absolutely nothing to say except "fuck you."
I remember, I looked at, like, the IMDb page of Godzilla versus Kong, Kong versus Godzilla, and there was, like, a lot of 1 out of 10 reviews from straight up Snyder fans that were hating on it because WB needs to get Warner Bros. We sent a message, so let's bond this going. And, like, literally, I found a review. Like, no.
What is?
Who the hell is
Playing
watching
the
the
music
movie right now?
Pardon me, that was the irrelevancy alarm. It just went off. Aren't we going down the line and giving more forward afterthoughts? Or how long are we meant to be spending on that?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
That's
but yeah,
all right.
I don't. But the kind of the point that I'm going to make is that prequel fans are not nearly as virulently obnoxious as Snyder fans, and so Disney will never give us a 4-hour cut.
I doubt they would give it to us anyway because of the way they are.
Yeah.
That's the nicest way I can put it. Let's see.
Yeah.
No, you have to have a very high temperament but very low intellect.
Yes. So Neph, your thoughts on Revenge of the Sith, then Valerian, then Tarek.
Okay. Of the 3 prequels, yes, this is definitely my favorite of the 3 movies. Though, it would have helped had we seen more than just the beginning and the end of the Clone Wars. Seriously.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite scenes are probably the Anakin Obi-Wan fight and the fight between Mace and Palpatine when Anakin walks in.
Okay. Count Valerian, your turn.
Okay, now other 3, I also like this one the best, and the first one was maybe the weakest. They're all enjoyable, though. And this one, they've got. In this one, not only we have the fight scenes, we also have the whole story of the fall of the Republic and the fall of Anakin, and those are interesting and compelling stories. They're kind of rushed, and we have suddenly out of nowhere we have Anakin like turning into a mass murderer almost out of nowhere. And it's kind of
He was a mass murderer in the last movie, though. Literally.
Oh yeah, he was. That's right. But I mean, he starts murdering children.
Listen here, those Tusken deserved it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, they'd killed his mother or something. So
they did,
and the kids didn't kill his mother that I recall.
Well, they were going up like savages. But let's be completely early honest. They are not going to be. There is little redemption for them.
Yeah. So,
the justifications are thin. Yes, we'll talk about that later.
Yes. Well, preferably not when I'm in the middle of a sentence.
Sorry.
Don't mention it. And I like some of the dialogue. There's some amusing dialogue with Obi-Wan and what's his name, Anakin. I like the conversation. Yeah. I like the conversation in their fight too, where Obi-Wan is trying to bring him back. I think the character of Padme, is maybe a little shorted. She doesn't actually do or say it all. I mean, she gets that good line about this is how liberty dies, but she doesn't get to do or say an awful lot, does she? Besides being a catalyst. I can mention one fun fact before I turn it over to the next person, because I read the Wikipedia article this time, so I did some actual research. There's a rejected scene where probably everyone knows this already, but anyway. There's a rejected scene where Palpatine says that he created Anakin from midi-chlorians, so he's kind of like his father, or he's like constructor or something like that. But that was deleted.
That's a fucking Plagueis novel, and that novel I don't. That's a Plagueis novel.
That's outside material.
Yeah.
We're not talking about outside material.
It says here that's a rejected scene. They were actually going to do it, but it was rejected. That's what it says here. So, but yeah, we're not going to talk about that. But that's just an amusing little, possibly amusing little tidbit. And I'll move on. We can move on to the next chap now.
Yeah. Alrighty.
So my thoughts on Revenge of the Sith. I loved it when I was about 12 or 13 in 2005. And as a 28-year-old, I love it still. It's one of my favorites of the Star Wars saga. Return of the Jedi will always be my personal favorite, but this one comes pretty close to being, I think, my second favorite, just because it has one of the best space battles the series, I think, actually any series has ever had. That opening scene is probably the best space battle of any franchise, period. And I got to give it to Lucas, though, and to Lucasfilms, I mean, when they were doing Clone Wars, they really were able to bridge the gap. And what I'm trying to say, reason I bring that up is because they were able to slot that into Revenge of the Sith very well. And it then Revenge of the Sith, if you take Clone Wars into account, is kind of the perfect bookend for the saga. Because now you have all the context between Clone Wars, Attack of the Clones, and Revenge of the Sith. It also has some of the best fights on a spectacle level of the entire franchise. I think Lucas really put his heart and soul into this one when he thought this was going to be the last one.
Mm-hmm.
If only it was.
Yeah, if only.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wolf, your thoughts?
This has been my favorite of the entire series, and it still is my favorite of the entire series.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know what else to really say here. A lot of it's been done well to the degree that I can't really complain.
Alrighty. Von Lustra, I think that you and me are probably going to have the hottest takes out of anybody here. And we're probably...
I guess.
Yeah,
So-
I'm going to play this clip right now.
Ready to make some enemies? You know what? We're burning this bridge!
So this is subjectively one of my favorite Star Wars movies. I loved it when I first saw it, and it's probably the one that I've rewatched the most over the years.
Mm-hmm.
But I will probably have more criticisms of it than most of the other people here.
Same. And that's only fine.
If we're getting into stuff like favorite moments, I'd probably go for something like Padme's ruminations, the story of Plagueis, even though I have quite a few issues with that as well, and Yoda versus Palpatine.
Actually, I'm kind of glad you brought up Plagueis, because something just crossed my mind. What if Sidious just made it up on the spot? Like, he had been rehearsing it, but he had just made it up, and when Anakin's listening, he's like, oh my god, he's buying this.
It could also
Every
be
single
that-
hour, every single day, he goes to his mirror and recites the tale of the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise.
And also, it turns out to be all BS when he talks to Anakin about, I suppose we can discover it together.
In fact, there's only one planet. The whole Galactic Empire is made up.
One thing that I should note before we get into the movie, I recommend everyone read the Revenge of the Sith novelization by Matthew Stover.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good, and it adds a lot of context to the film that is otherwise missing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
including the addition of scenes that were deleted in the movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's something I would say about all the prequels is that they are it would not be I don't know if Plagueis would be in, considering Plagueis is about...
Considering Plagueis is a Sith, no.
And also,
I'm pretty sure the Jedi record the history of the Sith, but if Plagueis was living in secrecy, which he did in the expanded universe, they wouldn't have him.
And also, this is 25 years earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Earlier at most.
And this is when the Jedi have believed for 1,000 years that the Sith were extinct. So, what?
You never read it, and you think this is objectively a masterpiece. What?
We're not saying that you need to read the novel to understand the movie, because you really, really don't.
I honestly, actually, like Horn Rabbit, I agree with you very much. Yes. I think that is kind of a big, dumb, stupid movie, but I do still like it. I think it has allusions to more intelligent stuff, but I still think there's a lot of kind of just it's kind of mainly a brainless action movie in some places. At least that's my opinion on it. It's not as though, admittedly, like my scale is broken by the Transformers movies.
Have you seen Loki?
I refuse to watch it.
I've heard nothing but bad things.
Anyway, we're not saying you need to read the book to understand the movie. We're saying the book is very well written and it's very enjoyable.
And book it's better than the movie.
Yeah.
And in this case, we're not just saying that to get people to read it. We're being absolutely positively it's serious. It takes an already decent story. Decent, not good, because it doesn't hold up to the originals, unfortunately. But the story itself is decent, and the book expands on things where it needed to be, which makes it just wonderful.
Yeah, I think actually, like we've covered most of actually a lot of I think we've covered most of this already just by our chat.
Just by our saying what our favorite stuff is.
Yeah. Yeah. I probably am because I probably am. And that's fine. Smokey the Bear is very entertaining. At least to me.
We had best watch the comment section then.
Revenge of the Sith is better than Return of the Jedi. I would say no.
Objectively wrong.
Yeah, wrong. I mean, I would say that Revenge of the Sith is around the same quality as Return of the Jedi, but I am not saying it is equal to it.
Yeah, I think kind of like looking at it, I would have to I think like Jabba's Palace makes less sense than the opening of Revenge of the Sith. And I think
how does it? Okay, no. Done. We can talk about this when we talk about Return of the Jedi.
Yes.
Let's leave that.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, we will do that. Okay.
Yes. Don't make me take out the irrelevant alarm again.
All right. Well,
because I will.
So okay, let's talk about what works first, and then I think like Hayden Christensen as Anakin Skywalker. I think that even though I think that George Lucas made a mistake or at least like the George Lucas has flawed taste when it comes to acting, his preferences in terms of what he likes. I think that Anakin did a lot of good work with the acting. Same with Ewan McGregor and Ian McDermott, and it seems as though a lot of like Hayden came more into his own with this movie than Attack of the Clones.
Definitely.
Well, I would argue that his performance isn't really good so much as it is mixed. Like there were some pretty good moments, especially when he's not required to say anything. But then there's also stuff like, from my point of view, the Jedi are evil.
Okay, but I can't hold that against him because Lucas put that in the script, and it was sort of like what Hamill said long ago when he said, "George, no one can read this crap. No one can act to it."
It's kind of like I've seen a security hologram of him killing younglings, and he has to cover his mouth to avoid smiling.
The dialogue is very, very stilted, but still, it gave us the I hate sand. It's coarse and rough and gets everywhere.
I'd actually say it's like that's the dialogue being stilted has always been like a staple of Star Wars.
Not entirely.
we'll have to get better. We will have to get to that when we get to the originals. I actually would agree that the dialogue. I think Harrison Ford elevates the script more than any of the actors.
Oh, he actually does.
Harrison Ford, according to I think one of the interviews, he basically threw out his script and did what John Williams did. No, not John Williams.
That's totally fine.
He did in the animated Aladdin movie for most of it.
Some of the dialogue is decent though, because there are bits where Obi-Wan has some pretty good dialogue.
Oh yeah,
no kidding. You're a hero. Let's be fair, you're a hero. And some of Palpatine, I'm sorry, his dialogue is interesting, where he's trying to turn what's his name, Anakin. Some of that's interesting. I mean, I think the best dialogue mostly goes to Obi-Wan, and then there are things like "Failed I Have," which it's short. But it pulls it makes its effect. So I don't think the dialogue is necessarily all that bad. But I think the most of the bad dialogue, what I would call bad dialogue, is in the love scenes. Although we're talking about the elements that work, and now I'm talking about elements that don't work. But oh well.
Back to the West forever.
Let Valerian talk.
Yeah,
Valerian
sorry.
talk.
Yes, I'm talking a lot. Thank you. What was I going to say? Because then I got confused. Because when I got thrown off. What was I saying before they
Dialogue. You were talking about dialogue.
Oh yeah, sappy dialogue. The sappy dialogue between some of the dialogue between Padme and Hoo-Ha, Anakin is kind of sappy. I don't know why I keep calling him Hoo-Ha or whatever, but hey, he's kind of sappy. Maybe I'm just not big on romantic dialogue. I don't know.
Well, to be fair, George is not good at romance.
Yeah.
I think the issue is that when George said he wanted to write a space opera, he thought every line had to be grand. It had to be sweeping. It had to be... You couldn't have that kind of dialogue where normal people are talking, if you get what I mean, especially during the dramatic moments. And I think that's just an issue with his perspective on the genre more so than his abilities as a writer.
Yeah, it's meant to be epic, which is fine.
It's pretty easy to understand that he does things differently. It's also pretty easy to understand that he doesn't do it well a lot of the time.
Yeah, so kind of the perspective that I would come at it from is that George Lucas is a man whose thoughts are in the future, but his taste is far in the past.
No comment.
Well,
sorry.
You don't need to say no comment. I didn't say anything gross.
I know you didn't, but someone I'm sorry, you were talking.
No, don't take past that. No comment yet, Valerian, because I think Turk will say something.
Well, I mean, he did have a hankering for Carrie Fisher, if you want to go that taste. But
how old was she?
I think that he doesn't even do a good job replicating the 30s style. Not at all. No, it's not even remotely close. I've seen comparisons. It's not. He doesn't do a good job of replicating it.
I would say I agree with that. He has a specific taste, but he doesn't know how to make those.
I mean, he kind of has this talk where he says like, I wanted to make experimental films and people didn't want experimental films. Like, experimentation is a very different thing from quality. It's like both The Last Jedi and Mission Impossible Rogue Nation do a subversion of what is expected, quote unquote. But one of them does it way better.
Yeah, another thing that I would also say is like, George technically is not experimenting. He's going retro more than he is experimenting with his movies.
Rogue Nation is really good, by the way. You should watch it.
Oh yeah, they're the only bad Mission Impossible movie is 2. And 6 is the best one.
6 is the best one, yeah.
Yeah. So, I love you, Replica. Don't change. I love you.
That is how you feel. That is subjective.
Yes.
That's
Nah.
not
It's
actually
subjective.
fact.
Indiana Jones 4 is crap.
Yes,
that's more
it is.
Spielberg than Lucas. I think
I
that's
found
Yeah.
it entertaining, but yeah, it's definitely not as good as the first
Come
three.
on, you can see Lucas's influence all over the damn thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, how Mutt was Mutt being Indy's son was definitely George Lucas's idea.
Yeah.
Oh, that. I saw
Oh
the
my
beginning of
God.
that. Oh God, I saw the beginning of that. And, oh yeah. No comment. Yeah.
Yeah. You get
Oh God.
duck. You get like duck.
Can we please stay on topic?
Can I just mention one thing quickly before we go on topic? Play Duck.
Yeah, go for it.
Play Duck.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say. Now we can
Oh.
get back on topic.
Yes,
No
true.
comments.
Okay.
No comment.
So
I think we can all agree that the romance was definitely one of the elements that didn't work.
it's definitely like a Disney romance in a lot of ways, but it's not.
No. I can't
No,
agree
it's
with
not.
that because Disney romance, we've seen what a Disney Star Wars romance would look like. I find the Anakin Padme one far more believable.
Well, yeah, it is compared to what Disney
Okay.
did, but
Okay.
we're not comparing the Anakin Padme romance to.
We're not comparing it, I'm just saying. But also, one more thing. You cannot convince me that wasn't the first time Anakin choked out his wife.
Yeah.
Okay.
No comments.
No. But
Yeah,
well,
this is basically what would happen if the Twilight romance was actually carried through to the end.
well, what we mean is that it's a Disney romance in that it kind of has the same beats as the animated Disney movies.
Mm-hmm.
Classic Disney romance,
Yeah.
essentially.
It's a classic Disney romance, not one of the newfangled dumb stuff.
Listen, Tarek, I don't need to listen, Becca. I don't think you need to tell the entire world what your kinks are in bed are.
No comment. Die.
I'm going to put Wolf down, first of all. And second of all, I've been holding that in since we saw the movie 2 weeks ago.
And thirdly,
Yeah.
Tarek,
This is a... Sorry. Go ahead.
Valerian?
I was just going to say, can we get back before I get the irrelevancy or my out again? Can we get back?
I will make more liberal use of my of this.
House rules, Sammy. Driver picks the music. Shotgun shuts his cake hole.
Okay.
So lacking elements. I was talking before, and we were talking before about how maybe there should have been two films because the two main stories are very good, but they needed time to breathe. The Fall of Anakin, where like suddenly he's killing these kids, and the Fall of the Republic. Now apparently there's also some deleted scenes where senators were allying to prevent Palpatine's coup.
Yes.
Like Bail Organa, Padme, and I forget who else was involved.
That's the Treaty of 2000, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's like a deleted
Congregation
scene.
of 2000.
Yeah.
And something like that might have been interesting if they but they got rid of it. He got rid of it in order to concentrate on Anakin, which is good. But then Anakin still ended up being a little rushed, right? So that's my thought. We were talking about the dialogue earlier, how that's lacking, but that's perhaps the main structural problem.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that like George was. I don't think that George is dumb like I think that J.J. Abrams and Rian Johnson are. I think that George is like a less competent version of Guillermo del Toro in terms of Guillermo del Toro is a very visual director, but generally Guillermo del Toro has better scripts than George Lucas does on average.
I've said this before. Give Lucas the directing chair. Keep him away from the script. Like you let him storyboard, but do not let him write dialogue.
I would argue that most of Guillermo del Toro's movies are better than any of the Star Wars movies.
Them's fighting words, but we're not going to fight here.
On another note, I also think that the romance scenes had, or like, drew the short straws when it came to both the acting and the dialogue.
Yeah.
It's only because I'm so in love. No, it's because I'm so in love with you. So love has blinded you?
Yeah.
I bet
one
you
of the worst scenes in the film.
I'm willing to bet you Lucas took one look at that and he said, I am a fucking genius.
It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, if we're honest, even Brando Sando's romantic dialogue is kind of if I'm honest. Not to get off topic.
Sometimes, yeah. I think like he's coming from the school of Jordan, where Jordan's romance is the weakest element of his writing as well. Yeah.
Whenever I write romance, it turns out to be rubbish too. So I can see that.
It's very difficult to write romance. Yes.
I think the issue with George Lucas is the same issue Hideo Kojima has, where somebody needs to be there to hold the leash. If you let the guy go nuts, it just does not work as well as if he was constrained.
The thing is, though, Hideo Kojima is actually a hack.
That's a fair point, actually.
I think that kind of works for most creators. Like, I think that definitely was what happened with Richard Williams when he was doing what is it? The Thief and the Cobbler, where he spent 40 years, about 40 years making this one animated movie that ended up being an hour and a half long.
I've seen the Recobble cut. Great thing, just as an offside. Very good use of the movie, if you will.
Yeah, it's definitely better than Matthew Broderick's narration.
The Miramax one, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I just want to elaborate quick more on a to Kojima point. Kojima single-handedly destroyed his entire story within the collection of, 3 games? 3 games managed to destroy the entire series, like, for good. Yeah, like, it was constant on and off. Metal Gear Solid 1 was good. Metal Gear Solid 2 was god-awful. 3, best in the series. 4, shit.
You can shut the fuck up.
What about 5?
All right, we need to go. We need to get back on topic. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's like the reason why though, because like even when Kojima even had an editor,
House rules, Sammy. Driver picks the music. Shotgun shuts his cake hole.
Let's move on from Hideo.
Can I just end the point? I can just end the point right here. Because even when he had an editor, he still wrote a shit story.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, one thing I should probably get out of the way. Grievous in Revenge of the Sith sucks.
Yes.
Yes. Grievous is definitely one of those elements that didn't work.
Honestly,
he was supposed to be this Jedi killer, and we don't see him killing any of the Jedi.
Yeah, well, we were supposed to see him kill Shakti.
We were supposed to, but they cut that.
One at a time, Valerian needs to... Let me just amp it up to the full. Oh, there.
Yeah, because other people don't hear me or they're something. Anyway, let's not get into all that. What were they even saying? Oh, like the whole separatists thing, isn't that kind of like rushed over? Like it's not even clear who they or what they are from the films, kind of.
I mean, they have 3 scenes, and one of them is all of them getting butchered by Vader.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's another thing that doesn't work very well. You need to clarify that and the role in the whole thing, because as I understand it, that's the that's the pretext that Palpatine uses, right, to get absolute power. So maybe that needs to be developed a bit more.
Yeah, basically all we see of the Clone Wars is the side of the Republic and not the side of the Separatists, which does not really make any sense at all.
Yeah.
There needed to be at least one more film so that we can have that developed.
I think also the issue is we have no idea what the Separatists' demands are, so we don't know what their end goal is. It's just war for the sake of war, it seems like.
Actually succeeding from the Republic. I mean, that's much as pretty much clear.
That much is clear, but why they are doing it is not clarified at all in the movie.
Yeah, are they doing it for money? Are they doing it for additional territory? Do they expect greater political influence? I don't know.
I think it's far simpler than that. When a man who can shoot lightning out of his fingers tells you to do something, you better fucking listen.
But then why is he doing that?
Yeah, but even a guy who shoots lightning from his fingers can't do everything.
Yeah, like, I think it's like, remember, like, the Trade Federation is like one of those guys about it, and the Trade Federation's problem with taxation. So they probably all collectively believe the same thing. Taxation was theft.
So they're libertarian.
That's not in the.
But yeah, General Grievous sucks. Let's get back to that.
Yeah.
I think on that.
I think that General Grievous in the Clone Wars and in both 2003 and 2008 Clone Wars is better than Grievous in Revenge of the Sith.
I would say 2008 Grievous is about the same. I mean, he gets worse when he gets beaten by a bunch of Gungans, but...
Okay.
2003 Grievous is awesome.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Apparently I need to pull all these fucking gloves again. Okay. I have had this fight multiple times on the server. I have had this discussion before. I have heard these points before. I have heard the entire, how could you be taken seriously? We got beaten by fucking Gungans. I have heard this discussion before. I have heard this argument before. I have done this argument before. Okay. So then, I'm gonna start slow. I'm just gonna start slow right now. You calm down.
Slow down.
Okay.
Slow your speaking, please, so that everybody can follow your point.
Hold on one moment.
Can we get a TLDR, please?
Yeah.
Okay.
TLDR.
I'm gonna start slow.
Too long didn't read.
Yeah.
So then, okay. That point that everybody keeps saying, he lost a bunch of Gungans. I want to highlight one feature, just this one, just this simple fact, just the one. Just first.
You don't have it, do you? You've been going for the past 2 minutes.
Okay, listen, that's because I have heard. I do not like being interrupted. I'm just gonna
get to the point, please.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. The point. Number one, the Gungans are a warrior race. Number two, they have had weapons that clearly disrupt with droids, and considering the fact that Grievous is part mechanical, they do have an effect on him. Three, he goes up against fucking Captain Tarbles. Let's be honest. Guys, do you really expect to hand yourself up against Captain Tarbles as easily as he could? He was able to do so. Yes. Fourth, once that first hit was in, he started to slow the fuck down. Yeah. One hit was all he needed, just didn't get the next one in, and then the next, and the next.
Wait. Gungans are supposed to be a warrior race?
Yes.
They do have an army.
Yeah,
You
they
don't
do.
get that from
They don't.
Jar Jar.
That's because Jar Jar's their outcast. He's the literal black sheep of the entire Gungan race.
He has a point,
No
actually.
Yeah, fine. It's because they're right. I'm sorry. It's because it's right.
Yeah, a lot of the complaints that people do levy against the prequels are correct.
Yes. And so I don't loathe George Lucas. I think I don't hate the man. I think that he's a sweet old man, but he's got his cinephile tastes got in the way of his storytelling at multiple points.
He needed an editor. He definitely did.
I'm a little bit skeptical, but I am willing to bring you on at the very end once we're done talking, because
I will say one thing. The man does understand story structure. He understands how stories work. If you listen to interviews with him, he is very intelligent. It's just that his tastes are very odd.
It's a good story.
Yes, I would
Fundamentally.
agree. I would agree. I would agree, like the broad strokes. And I think that like a lot of I think it's mainly just George Lucas. He loves a lot of old stuff that is currently outdated and not useful anymore as anything other than this is where we were at. We no longer need to do any of this. We have updated methods. Let's use those instead. And I think that is the main thing.
And yet now we are all begging for him to come back.
No, we're not.
I'm not. No. I'm not. No. I'm not. No.
Well, he certainly couldn't do worse than what Disney gave us, but
no, I don't think so.
At the same time,
I want D&D to do it.
Yeah.
They were supposed to.
I don't know how we would. I think that George Lucas probably just needs to stay retired. I think they just need to get new management on. But honestly, I don't know who would be a good management.
I think he should have been in. I think he should be involved because this is his universe, but more as an advisor than anything else.
Yes, I want Luke to blow up a planet.
Yeah, we have not talked about the effects at all. So
no, we have not.
I honestly don't care about the practical versus CGI argument. I think that's surface level BS that I'm not.
Yeah, that is surface level BS.
What I will say is that a lot of the times, because of the CG backgrounds, it ends up looking kind of flat and video gamey. But that's not a substantial criticism of the movies.
No, it's not. Because graphics and CGI can always be updated.
Yeah, and I think there's some bad compositing, but that's kind of just par for the course for that day and age. So it's not a big deal, but it's just kind of it's a little bit annoying to see sometimes.
Yeah, it's fine, I think.
Other than that, these films, at least with the CGI still holds up.
Yeah, they look good. I think I would agree with that. They look good. It's just sometimes I can see a little bit of fuzz around the actors. I love you, Space Junk. Space Junk, you're awesome.
Clearly, yes.
Yes. But yeah, most of my criticisms of the prequels are kind of it's a very thin story that was rushed through, at least as written.
It's kind of like you don't have a line, you have a set of points, and you have sort of a stipply line between those points.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very much so.
Yeah, things are very abrupt sometimes. People do things abruptly.
Yeah, which kind of leads me to believe that George Lucas, in a lot of ways, is kind of a discovery writer, because that's sometimes a problem with discovery writers, is that just abruptly something will happen.
Or things just sort of happen for no real reason.
Yeah.
And then Anakin...
Why in the hell are they only sending Obi-Wan to deal with Grievous? I don't know.
That is a good question, actually. I never considered that. They're all just sitting in this room, and only a few of them are gone.
Well, the thing is that Obi-Wan and Anakin make an amazing team, and to break the team up does not make very much sense.
Okay, to be fair with that, they did have a job that only Anakin could have done, which was to spy on Palpatine.
Well, yeah, that's true. That is true. This was extenuating circumstances, but at the same time, why are you sending Obi-Wan alone?
Why not send Mace? He's supposedly the most powerful.
Yeah.
On the subject of Obi-Wan and Anakin, isn't the bit where Anakin suddenly gets all paranoid about Obi-Wan, that's kind of sudden? Shouldn't there be shouldn't the relationship fraying also have had time to breathe?
Yeah, that's kind of funny because their last scene is like this pretty heartfelt. Oh yeah, I'm sorry that I didn't do as well as I should have. Like, no, you're pretty great, Anakin. Then in the next time they see each other, like, oh, you've betrayed me, and
my heart.
You're breaking my heart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Part of that is I don't know why Anakin would be so suspicious of this, but the reason for that is that Obi-Wan has no sense of
Mace is not a king; he is a general too.
Obi-Wan has no sense of timing. He should have waited until they were finished before maybe revealing himself.
I think that is definitely a good thing that is kind of lifts out in a lot of ways.
Yeah, the prophecy definitely needed more airtime.
Oh yeah, we had talked about that earlier, but yes, definitely.
Also replica. The relationship between a king and his forces in medieval times is completely different from the Jedi and the clones.
Yeah.
In terms of power level.
Yeah.
As well as Grievous.
Yeah. I think
I believe that's a false equivalency.
Yeah, and
that
honestly,
you just made.
Also, he's not the final boss. He's the second to last boss. Yoda is the final boss of the Jedi.
Yeah.
And also, like the
Actually, no.
Yes.
Mace is actually the Grand Master.
Well, honestly, Mace has been in combat situations before, and right now they should just go for the hammer tactic with Grievous. As soon as they know where he is, they should go in, guns blazing, and kill him, because that's the only way to win the war in their mind.
They kind of did, actually.
Yeah.
Well, they also
they only had to make Grievous look like a giant Goomba in order to get it done.
Yeah.
Okay,
And I mean that in the sense of the film does it, not the characters.
Yeah.
Okay, I've seen that. I've actually heard that point before. He has had his lungs collapsed.
That's not in the movie. That's not in the movie.
It sounds like he has some kind of lung impairment, but I don't think it's ever explained what exactly.
Well, the idea was that he was supposed to be built using the same kind of methods or technology that would eventually create Vader, and thus his technology would be inferior to Vader's, but that sort of just cuts out all of the context that existed in outside material.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and also just the if we kind of are going with 2003 Clone Wars is in continuity, it kind of makes it worse.
Well, actually, it's also a bit of the unstoppable force meets the unmovable object sort of situation. Obi-Wan is the absolute master of defense versus Grievous, the unstoppable force.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing is, we don't actually establish in the films that Obi-Wan is the master of defense.
Yeah. That doesn't happen.
Material stuff. That's extra material stuff that doesn't come into the movie.
That's secondary and tertiary sources, not
those secondary sources do it really well, but it's not in the film.
But yeah, and if it's not in the film, then it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I can't comment on anything that's not in the film other than a few things that are picked up from the Wikipedia article. And by the way, Hypatia is in the chat.
Hi.
Hi, Hypatia.
Yeah. In terms of, yes, but his specific fighting style is not elaborated on. It's not, his fighting style looks, there's only, most fighting styles of, Jedi in the prequels are subtle. They're very minute differences. And so it's just you have to slow the movie down and be carefully trained in specific ethical methods in order to like see the differences between them.
Hold
Possibly,
on.
yes, they do exist. Yes, but but general audiences don't know. Don't see like all the various differences.
I'm sorry. I could just imagine Lucas talking to his producers, going, "What do you mean the average person doesn't understand 17th century samurai art?"
Well, actually, the fight choreography was done by Nick Gillard.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
0 friends, 0 girlfriends, 7 forms of lightsaber combat.
Yeah.
I think. Well, it's basically just like, yeah, but it's just when you try to bring up like what it is, when you're trying to bring up like characterization elements that are not clear, it's hard for me to kind of take it seriously. I'm sorry.
Why? What's wrong with taking account what general audiences how they would react in criticizing? So long as that's one element in the response.
There is such a thing as being too subtle, you know.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
Yeah, like kind of the idea that George Lucas's visual storytelling.
Yeah, he's a visual guy. He says that a lot in his interviews, I think.
Yeah. And it seems like when he was editing Phantom Menace, he kind of like made a lot of comments and like started like criticizing like his stuff and saying like, okay, there's kind of way too much going on and stuff like that. And so like he had to kind of work on it. So
which is again why there needed to be 4, if not 5 movies instead of 3.
Well,
wait, don't do what?
Playing the excuse to not give credit.
It's not that they are. If you have to slow something down and scrutinize it, then it's probably not clearly present.
Yeah, it's not.
And
there's a lot implied, but again, that's implications, and different people have different headcanons for stuff like this.
And it's really frustrating sometimes to cut through it all.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's funny because what he's saying, though, I can actually give more credit to Clone Wars and Rebels for more accessibly showing different lightsabers fighting styles. Like, it's far more obvious that their positions, their footwork, and everything are different from each other rather than in the live action movies.
Yes.
Most of the choreography is like vaguely the same in the movies, like even when they kind of shouldn't be, like with Dooku.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not for lack of trying from Nick's hard work.
Yeah,
though.
Nick is clearly doing a really good job, but it's mainly like they look very similar, and even like they're using like very similar moves in many respects.
Yeah. I think what happened there is that they had to he created a single fighting style when he should have been creating 7. Because there are 7 saber styles.
Did that come out before or after the prequels?
During.
It came out during. So.
Yeah. True. He's slightly more aggressive. Yeah. They're different, but the differences are very minute. So.
Obi-Wan is more defensive. I guess that's true because Obi-Wan doesn't really want to kill Anakin. He wants to convert him. So I don't remember seeing that visually, but it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's in his dialogue.
Yes.
Yeah. I do think that he kills Grievous a little bit too easily, considering that Grievous is supposed to be this Jedi hunter who's killed a lot of other people and has collected multiple trophies.
To be fair, though, the visual was worth it.
Yes.
You can't argue that. The visual was kind of worth the anticlimax.
Yeah, so uncivilized.
Oh yeah, and the follow-up is pretty good too.
Yeah, I think that's one of my favorite Obi-Wan lines.
That's one of my favorite snarks, yeah.
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 Just nitpicking. He's oh, I'm sorry. Replica Films in the chat. Nitpicking, I guess that's a fair point, but yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, talking about the choreography is a bit nitpicky, but it's just kind of like you brought it up, so it's interesting to kind of discuss. But
I mean, funnily enough, I think they actually did Dooku's. Well, this is one of the things, but just one thing. But I think this is one of those things that 2008 Clone Wars did pretty much perfectly, which is to showcase through the choreography how Dooku fights differently from the other characters. With, the central line of combat, the fencing principles. That is nowhere near as present in the films.
Well, the man is like 86.
Yeah, and there are limitations on the actors that you just don't have in an animated medium.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure doing it that way would actually be easier in live action because it's more close to real fencing, but it doesn't matter that much.
Hey, do you mind highlighting what Becca just said?
What is where this thing for British accents came from?
I'm confused as to what she's talking about.
Yeah, what's she talking about?
The snark moment. The snark. Well, you've got a Brit. Oh, you live British.
No, Bright Lord, shut up and die. I'll blast the music in here until you scream for mercy.
So uncivilized.
Die.
Yeah. So, in terms of Anakin's turn, I think that killing Mace, that seems, or cutting off Mace's hand, I think that at least is, I think that works as an in-character moment, because he's desperate.
He's defending Palpatine, so I guess.
Yeah.
So a better point is that while we were watching the film, that was the right hand he cut off.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. I think that the killing of the younglings, that bit seems like, I don't think that is.
Well, it's not necessarily that he kills the younglings. It's like he goes out of his way to go to the council chambers and kill the defenseless kids. While the clones are doing all the hard work.
I don't think he really knew they were in there. I genuinely don't, because all of them look surprised to see each other. Every party in the room. I think he was in there thinking like, all right, maybe Master Mundi's in here. Maybe maybe one of the other ones are. Shakti's in here. Sakura.
What does it say?
No, she's over on Felucia.
It's actually funny. Most of the people you named are actually off planet.
You know what?
No, Shakti is in the temple. It's Ayla Sakura who's on Felucia.
True.
Yeah.
Pardon me.
But
Yep,
yeah,
Valerian
he was
next.
just
Valerian
naming.
next. Valerian next. Valerian next. Valerian next.
Thank you. All I was going to say is people are saying, I think it's because blah, blah, blah. So we're back to inference again and not things that are actually explicitly stated in the film.
Yes, and that's a big problem that sometimes happens when you kind of talk about these movies.
Well,
yeah.
It's kind of ironic. If they had just kept hiding, they probably would have lived.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I'm not so sure about that. It kind of depends, I suppose. Do you consider living to be Palpatine's Dark Jedi servants?
Yeah.
They'd be living, they'd just be evil slaves, that's all.
They'd be living, but it wouldn't be a life worth living.
Yeah.
And I think I honestly think that killing the younglings from a logistics perspective doesn't really make sense because there's still going to be rogue Jedi around, and Vader can't kill all of them.
He can try.
But listen, you might as well kill as many as you possibly can.
He has a point.
Yeah, I think he does shed a tear. But I think I think that it should have been the clones.
Or they should have motivated it better. Sorry.
Yes, I would agree.
I agree with that. I think he should have walked out and then waved the clones in all right, boys, form a firing line. Because that sounds like more of a Vader thing anyways.
Yeah.
Or show some conflict where he's wondering if he should do it or not.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that.
Or
I'm glad you mentioned
maybe
that.
have him stand there on the precipice of indecision, and the clones walk in and do it for him.
I like the novelization portion because I read somewhere that in the novelization he was about to tell them where a secret way out of the council room was, but then the one not George Lucas, but the blonde one called him Master Skywalker, and that just pissed him off because he never attained the rank of Master.
Well,
I find that to be the most stupidest thing ever.
I find it hilarious.
Dumb.
One little boy killed them all.
So if he hadn't called him Master Skywalker, that's kind of overreacting a bit. Why is he overreacting like that?
That's a stupid part of novelization. That's why I don't ever. That's a stupid part of novelization.
Thing too.
The man is committing a genocide right now. Do you really think he cares about overreacting? I just find it funny. I'm not arguing in favor or against. I just find it hilarious, to be honest.
Well, I mean, the kids aren't a threat. The Jedi, the grown-up Jedi are a threat. The kids are not a threat.
But they grow up to be grown-ups.
Yeah, but you can educate them, though.
And kids could still be trained with a light. You'd still use a lightsaber. After all, think about how many child soldiers think there are in Africa.
Well, you could just stun them. You don't have to kill them. You could just stun them.
Well, Palpatine never gave that order. Just kill all of them.
Which I think is a mark against Palpatine's intelligence.
I don't. I really don't, because I'm going to argue with this using the logic from the movie. So you can't have a child, or supposedly you can't have a child who's too old to begin training, right? Well, these children have been trained since birth, and thus they've been indoctrinated by the Jedi Order. What use are they honestly going to be to Palpatine?
You could just tell them the Jedi were lying to you the whole time.
They've been indoctrinated. The whole point of indoctrination is that it's very hard to break, and they are probably even willing to fight back. So it's much better, tactically speaking. I'm not talking from a moral standpoint here, obviously, but tactically speaking, to get rid of any potential future threat rather than letting it fester and grow.
You can deprogram.
Maybe 7 at the oldest.
Valerian was talking first. Let Neph talk first.
Pardon me.
Valerian was talking first. Neph, you can go second. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Die. Everybody, pardon me. What was I going to say? There's this thing called deprogramming, which you do to people in cults. You can take them and you can re-brainwash them. And I'm sure this brainwashing seems the kind of thing the Sith would do.
There can only be 2, though.
The rule of 2 is barely in the movie. It's honestly stupid.
I don't know even what master and disciple. But then why are there several kids there if there can only be 2?
Well,
that's the Jedi Order kids.
That's the Jedi. Those kids are Jedi younglings. There can only be 2 Sith, a master and an apprentice, according to Phantom Menace.
So they can have each kid can have its own Jedi master.
But there's only one Sith, and there's one master, one apprentice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The kids are dead weight.
The rule of 2 is in there. It's barely explored though. It's it's not even given the name rule of 2.
It makes no sense. I think this replica chap is getting a little overexcited here. He needs to calm down a bit.
Clearly, yes, I would agree. He's kind of that's why I said at the very beginning, inning.
Ready to make some enemies? Let's, you know what? We're burning this bridge!
But we're just describing our reactions to it and our thoughts on it. It's not a big screaming personal deal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. Please do not bring Disney's idea of balance into this.
It's not just Disney, it's Rick Worley as well. There are people like who is a giant fanboy.
Is it a clock that's sometimes the clock can be wrong.
So kind of the idea is that Anakin. I think that's like not taking. I don't think he brought balance to the Force by executing Order 66.
No, if anything, he threw balance even more out of whack.
So George Lucas's idea of balance, based on the behind the scenes of the Revenge of the Sith, is that he brings balance by killing the Emperor and making so that the dark side does not exist anymore.
And in the interviews, he says that the dark side is a cancer on the Force. So that it definitely aligns with.
Okay,
yeah.
Did I miss anything?
No.
I don't think so. Oh my god.
I just had to go and get something.
So, well, basically, like,
the thing is, it's kind of been
Ugh.
muddled with the sequels, but
Very
the way George Lucas understood the Force was the Force in its natural state is what's called the light, and using the Force for selfish reasons is the dark. And of course, everyone has selfishness and selflessness in them. But balance, as he understood it, was where darksiders, i.e., the predominantly selfish, were not involved.
Yeah. So
sometimes balance is achieved by killing those against you.
So in terms of how I would kind of say this is that sometimes like death of the author is necessary where you kind of like don't read into it, or you kind of like have to say like the author might be wrong about what he wants,
or he doesn't do it properly.
He didn't succeed in doing what he was trying to do.
Yeah. So in this case, I'm just kind of like going off of like George Lucas's idea of balance, because it's not established well in the films. The only way that you can find it is by reading his stuff, by listening to his comments on it, to see. I think in some ways, yes, he did. He kind of like in some ways, yes, but in others, no. Partially because he never establishes what it means by balance. He also doesn't necessarily tell the prophecy. Yeah, on what point? I'm interested. But I think that the prophecy is... But it's just
obvious. Really, Replica? Really?
It's obvious.
By the way...
Yes, but no dark side... Oh, go for it, sorry.
Okay, so just to go back to the Anakin killing the younglings bit, because I missed a bit of that. I don't think that people have... I think if they just kept the younglings as an implicit thing, it wouldn't have been this much of an issue. But the way it is depicted is he goes out of his way to kill the younglings and feels no remorse. And this would have been an interesting way to establish that he was to some extent conflicted, or he had second thoughts like any rational person would. Like, let's say that he wants to avoid the responsibility of doing it himself, so he hurries out and points some clones in the right direction. And this is made extra bizarre when you look at the shot at Mustafar when he's clearly crying, which is a good shot, and it makes sense, but it's in the wrong place. Like, he shouldn't feel any remorse about butchering Runray into pieces. You should have a fair bit of remorse over like hundreds of people who haven't done anything wrong, including kids.
I disagree.
Especially the younglings, because he's about to have younglings of his own.
I disagree entirely, because that scene is when his job is done. That is when the work is done. And he had finally, if you think about it, it's probably the first moment he's had in, what would you say, like days, a week, maybe?
A day. Like 2 days.
Let's say days. It's probably the first time in days he's finally had time to reflect on what he's done. His work is finished. He can now look back and see, oh my God, what have I done?
That makes no sense because it takes time to travel through hyperspace.
Yeah, but his work isn't done yet. You know what? You make a good point from a meta narrative, but like from scene to scene, I think it makes more sense because of the way the film is shot. But I do understand your point. Yeah, in a meta narrative, yeah, it doesn't make much sense. But from scene to scene, it makes a lot of sense.
Personally, I think he avoided thinking about it until after he killed off the separatist leaders.
Like I said,
because
work's done.
He's got a job to do. He can't think of anything else, or else he might fall apart and he won't be able to complete the job.
Yeah, maybe if they'd done it so that, like we were saying earlier, if he'd hesitated for a moment and then either somehow screwed himself else up to do it, or else the clones came in and did it for him, one of those might have been more successful in terms of the kids.
That or give him some sort of self-defense or plausible deniability.
Okay, plausible deniability. I'm glad you brought that up. We didn't see the kids die on screen. We don't know what happened.
Yeah, but with the way it's implied.
It's implied, but we don't see it. They could have lived. You don't know.
Oh, well, the thing is, we still see a hologram of him killing. We see
not the children, though.
Teenager? Okay.
Yeah, we don't see him killing the 7-year-olds. We see him killing.
The thing is, if he visual, film language, you draw your weapon in front of another person, you are preparing to kill them, or you're going out for some sort of honorable greeting.
Yeah, they cut away, from Game of Thrones, that if you cut away from someone, they didn't get killed. So I guess that proves that he didn't kill them.
Told you.
I do think it would be very funny if he didn't kill them, and the film just didn't mention it.
Which it didn't.
It should be really. It's kind of If they didn't make it clear, then maybe that's also a defect.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if in the original script you had George Lucas write, and then he hacks them to death with his lightsaber. Someone looked over his shoulder and said, "What the hell are you doing?"
Visual storytelling does not equal a good script, my friend.
Also, for me, this is subjective.
Yes. Yes, I would agree with that. Yeah.
And again, we're getting into implications.
Mm-hmm.
So, we don't see any of the kids die on screen. We see a couple of teenagers, but not the younglings.
I would just skip to the scene so we don't get that copyright strike.
Yeah,
well, he turned the
those look like teenagers. Yeah.
Yeah, those are teenagers.
Yeah.
We don't see the younglings get killed on screen.
God dang it! Even when actually, I can't be the only one who wants an Order 6016 where you get to participate in the
replica visual storytelling. You can argue that it's objective in that the elements exist, but when you have to read into it a meaning that relies entirely on your own qualifications, I have no issue with disregarding that.
Yeah.
I have to agree. The implications are very intentional, and they're going, yes, this is exactly what happened, but at the end of the day, it's just implications.
You also have to look at what George Lucas wanted to convey.
Yeah.
I've never played Half-Life 2. I have no opinions. I don't play video games other than RTSs.
You are missing out.
Yeah, you definitely
Can
are.
any of you guys?
Actually, I also went down on this one. I have never played Half-Life.
You both are.
I've never played Half-Life either.
All three.
He did say kill younglings, but I think he did say kill younglings. So
They also have the whole line of not even younglings survived, and this young one was killed by a lightsaber. So.
What is a youngling though? Like what's the age range is what I'm talking about. Like are you a youngling until you get a Padawan?
A youngling is supposed
in the expanded universe, it's everything below 13, but they don't make that clear in the film.
Yeah.
Well, everything below 30 ought to be.
Well, everybody's young when we compare ourselves to you, Balerian.
I also honestly think that the scene in the Jedi Temple should have included Anakin fighting adult Jedi.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I think that because that would kind of be a sign of, I think that would kind of be I think that honestly if he was in a berserker frenzy and he just killed all and sundry around him rather than deliberately finding the kids, that I think would have been better than him just kind of coldly opening the door and then igniting it.
And also, if he fought, say, a Jedi Council member, multiple Jedi Council members, you're cementing that one, or if you do it correctly, you can cement that, okay, this is the fall of the Jedi. The Jedi are beaten, and it's happening by someone whom they trained and who knows them. So to some extent, they caused their own downfall, because this is supposed to be a tragedy, remember?
Oh yeah, that's good.
I would argue otherwise. I think in truth, the killing of children, especially in this sort of situation, ensures the downfall, because you are killing the next generation. You are killing a literal future for the Jedi Council. I'm not arguing whether or not the scene is good or not. I'm arguing the philosophy behind it. The logistics and the philosophy behind it. And let's face it, if he had, you would not have had and I can't believe I'm using this argument, you would have not had as strong of emotional reaction if he had just punked Shakti, well, he did punk Windu, but you would have had that emotional reaction. But it's literally the death of innocence right here. What they're and I know you all can see that clear as day. Whether it's good or not, there is a reason why it was in there, and I think it's probably one of the best scenes in the movie.
Well, the thing is, it's not like these are one or the other. Like, you can have both. Like let's say that he fights two council members, and you do the camera work in such a way that kids are literally dying around him, and he does nothing about it.
Yeah.
Well, I would say a couple council members, perhaps Syndralic, who
he's not on the council.
Well, no, but he's the battle master. So if you have him kill the best lightsaber duelist in the entire temple, then
funnily enough, he does that in the game and in the movie, but it's only in hologram.
Yeah, and there's
and Charlie goes down like a punk.
Yeah, and the argument from there being a justification for it is from the point of view of Palpatine and the leaders of the Sith, not necessarily from Anakin's point of view. I mean, we still have to get him to the point where he's willing to go that far, and why is he willing to go that far? So I mean, I think having something like where he's killing people, but the clones or someone else come in and murder the kids or something like that, and he's just watching these things.
Or like he goes for the archives because he's looking for classified information or something. Like, give him some sort of other justification or motivation besides, I'm gonna be a kindergarten bully, except serial killer.
I'm evil now.
Yeah, I think that in terms of, I honestly think that him going after the younglings is probably it kind of stems from I think that like he basically almost like a bad use of priorities, because Anakin should have cleared out, like, from this, I suppose, like, you could say that the clones have now cleared out all of the Jedi, the adult Jedi, but in, like, the shot previous, yeah, but there's no indication of how that would how those two things correlate.
It's like if he wants to save Padme, it's like, okay, go for like the archives first if there's classified information in there, or like capture some of them and bring them to Palpatine, or like, whatever. Like, he has this very personal goal, but then he just switches from, okay, this guy's not so bad, to pure evil in the span of a minute.
Yeah.
People tend to do anything when you're pushed them hard enough. And when it's especially something close to them, personal to them, they don't think rationally.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't think rationally, but there's an element of it takes a certain level of sociopathy in order to kill a child.
I mean, if you look at it, if you compare the context to, say, an Attack of the Clones where he kills the Tuskens, it's like he's in a state of blind fury after watching his mother die in his arms with the fact that he couldn't save her. With this, it's like, okay, all of these Jedi, like, none of them, as far as we know, have done anything wrong at all. And these kids are innocent. It's like...
No child is innocent.
And on top of that, well, his wife is still alive. So...
Yeah, well, we're just going to make sure she stays alive, if you get what I mean.
Becca in the chat, sorry. There's a difference between not thinking rationally and turning into a psychopath.
Okay, I've been holding this one in now for about 10 minutes. Becca, I would kill 1,000 children for you.
This is a touching moment in this story.
You know, we can really actually, like, believe it or not, there are some people who will do literally anything for love.
Yeah,
this includes murder. Like, let's be honest.
I have to post
think you're really, really underestimating how fucked up the human being can be.
Yeah,
the things we do for love.
Yeah,
but
I think that, like, I think that is a, like, good point in theory, but with Anakin, he's done one semi-psychopathic thing, and that was killing the Tusken Raiders. But that was in an angry rage.
But here's the thing,
but this is like a deliberate. This is a coldly deliberate action.
The thing is,
there's a lot of differences here, and I think that, like, if he had killed them while he was fighting other Jedi, like, just as they came at him, and he killed it in order, like, if they were defending their master, I think that would have worked better than this.
Yeah, maybe one of the kids. Maybe he's killing someone, and one of the kids, like, gets in the way and says, "Stop doing that," and he shoots the kid or something.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, replica films. It is very deliberate.
Yes.
It's like, you're accusing me of not paying attention. Here, you're not paying attention in the slightest.
Are we having a flame war now?
Yeah, we're quickly. It seems like it's turning into the EFAP with the boys.
Okay, can we?
I'm gonna try to keep this all in check, but Replica has made a ton of bad arguments in the chat.
Yeah.
And I just let this boil over for a second.
I thought we already went over what elements work.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you pressed the wrong direction.
Well, I was kind of thinking, like, we didn't really spend, like, a lot of time on, like, the elements that necessarily work. Well, maybe we did, but yeah, I guess we can. So,
the story is good. A lot of the acting is decent. Some of the dialogue is amusing, and the everything looks wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically a good story.
Yeah. Well, him fighting Jedi and a bunch of the kids like saying, "Hey, we should probably go up and fight him." Him to protect our master. That actually sounds like that would be interesting. It would characterize the Jedi a little bit more. So
yeah, because the Jedi get almost no characterization at all in these movies.
Yes.
And the only reason people like Mace so much is because he's Samuel fucking Jackson.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Mace motherfucking Windu.
Yeah.
Well, it's so since no PTSD. Okay.
If he has PTSD, it's not explored whatsoever.
No, it's not.
No, and
Is that the closest thing we have is like hearing some Tusken screams when he's talking to Palpatine at the start of the movie.
Yep, the fighting action was getting excited over there too.
Yeah.
Well, you did predict this, Bright Lord. You did predict that things would get excited, and they did.
Yeah. It's kind of like this is kind of a extreme semi-false equivalence, but it's basically like Anakin trying to prevent the death of Padme in the same way that their mother. I think yes, that is true, but there's a good reason why certain people don't break programming once it's been heavily done. Yes, his mom is the PTSD thing is not explored well.
The funny thing is,
hang on. Having his mother die in his arms would be traumatic, but I really, really doubt anyone would develop a PTSD from that.
Actually,
the funny thing is that it's not explored. Like they mention Shmi once in Revenge of the Sith.
They mention her twice.
Palpatine.
They mention her twice. He said, "I won't lose you like I lost my mother." So they.
Right. Sorry.
They do mention it, yeah. But would that lead to psychopathy? Even if you did have PTSD, would it lead?
Well, hold on. Sorry, Blair, and I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm done. I was just going to say. That's all I was going to say. Would it lead to psychopathy?
What I was going to say was the thing after he kills Dooku, you do hear the screams, the howling of the Sand People. Yeah, you did, but I'm wondering, well, maybe there is something there. It's just mentioned once, and George is hoping, okay, they know he has issues. Okay, good.
Okay, like Neph, I'm gonna quickly counteract that point you just made. It depends upon how traumatic it can be, depending upon how much you value the person. PTSD is usually most commonly develops from veterans from war, but other cases it can happen to people from very, very, very dramatic events, depending upon how on a level of 10 out of 10.
Yeah, there's
losing your mother.
I'm not saying that he wouldn't have PTSD. I'm just saying that he wouldn't get it specifically from his mother dying.
True.
And also, like, Shmi, like, the repeated trauma, like, yes, it's there, but they don't really... I think this is something that they really should have brought up, because it would hammer home the impact that his mother's death had on him. I think Moeller mentioned this to Anomaly at one point. Like, if they'd actually brought it up, like, Anakin was screaming at Obi-Wan, "My mother died because of you," or something like that.
But that would make no sense.
There's so much drama there.
Well,
like, yeah, you would have to rewrite it slightly. But if you went with that sort of idea,
that'd be good.
I definitely think that would be better.
You could probably make the better argument. His mother is dead because of Qui-Gon.
I actually would.
Yeah, that is a point.
That's a good point. Yeah. I think she did mean a lot to him, but I think the movie kind of is a little bit rushed in some ways. And
again, there should have been at least one more film between this one and Attack of the Clones.
Back in the chat. Above.
Completely. He does have nightmares, yes.
Yes.
But it seems like it's more in a prevention of future misfortune.
Premonition.
Yeah.
Okay, just I was going to mention Becca.
Which can also be extremely traumatic. Like losing somebody close, and like just thinking somebody losing someone close to you will fuck you up. May or may not fuck you up.
Yes, that was the passage I was
It actually depends upon the scale as well.
Wolf, shush. Blair was talking.
I was going to say that was the passage I was trying to refer to.
Yeah.
That's the bit in the chat I was trying to refer to.
Yeah. Now you can continue, Wolf. Go on.
Okay. He's not a psychopath. Well, he is fucked up, yes. But considering the fact that he was willing to do pretty much anything to save Padme, like, he's doing it for a reason, at least. Psychopaths do it because why the fuck not?
I think that psychopaths have a reason. There's just less logistical reasons.
Again, the reason is why not?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, great. Welcome to the money bags. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, is that the chap who was giving noms like globs and globs and globs and globs?
That's Charlie. If you had super chats, he actually no, he would never drop money for you.
Well, I'm okay with that.
You don't do super chats, I guess.
I don't have the power to do super chats yet.
He's not monetized.
I need 1,000
Charlie.
subs.
Maybe donation wars has happened because of Charlie.
Yeah,
Charlie. Hang on, I gotta ask Charlie something right quick.
Yeah.
I think the bar is too high for super chats, but that's a whole other topic.
Yeah, 1,000.
Yeah, I agree.
1,000 subs is kind of insane.
Yeah, that's excessive.
Yeah, I have been starting putting out stuff on Rumble, but it just hasn't been getting any traction. So I'll see. Maybe I just need to put out shorter stuff. I think.
He's not wrong.
Yeah,
This
I'm
kind
not
of
joking. I'm not fucking joking though. Charlie will draw fat stacks. He is he's a meteorologist.
Okay, so we know that he's doing it, but I think the correlation between the two is weak. Like, he could say, I think that, because Palpatine doesn't know how to save Padme, that's fairly clearly established.
And Anakin knows this because Palpatine told him.
Yeah, so he should be like, I think that was a very, very bad line to put into the movie, because essentially,
well, at least at that point, if he was going to admit it, he should have done it later.
Yeah.
Or just after she died.
Yes.
Or just lied.
Actually, do it after he's put in the suit, because that's the ultimate last blow.
Well,
he did it all for nothing.
Well,
and he finds it out there and then.
Why would he do that though if he needs Vader's loyalty?
Or maybe just never talk about. Just say I wish that we could have stopped her from dying, but it was too late.
Or Palpatine might just be too powerful for Vader to do anything about it.
Especially once he's in the suit.
Well, kind of the flaw is that he says that they'll discover it. It means from that point on, it's just a theoretical. He has been lying to Anakin the whole time about.
But still, it's in that case, it's the dangling of keys. Because even if you aren't 100% certain he'll give you those keys, the chance that you might be able to get those keys still entices you. It's the fact that it may exist actually is the enticement, not that it doesn't exist or does exist, but it may exist.
He could always just kill Palpatine or arrest him and just lie about it.
No, he can't.
He could.
Palpatine has supreme executive emergency powers. He can lie.
Yeah.
Or just
and
he could,
by the time
right there.
Done. By the time Anakin is in that suit, his midichlorian count has plummeted because you have to be whole to have a complete count.
Well, after he kills Mace Windu, and Palpatine says, "The power to cheat death is a power only one has discovered." He should have killed Palpatine and just lied about everything else.
Also, replica films, you bring up, he was on camera, which Palpatine could have deleted, which brings up another issue that I have. Why did Obi-Wan and Yoda not leak that in the Senate?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you have to actually get access to security archives from the Senate.
How did they get that access, anyways? Because that was being done in the. That wasn't the scene where he was
inside the Jedi Temple.
You're right. That was a hologram. I thought they had access to the Senate building.
I mean, you could just take a file, because I'm pretty sure filing is a thing in this universe. Plug it in, and yeah, sure, it's Bail Organa, and he can do something about it.
Oh wait, actually, there was no reason. If they had leaked that to the Senate, nothing would have been wrong, though, because the Jedi were traitors. They had announced that recently, so it was too late to do anything about that.
Yeah, but you can still cast doubt on it, and I don't think Palpatine is willing to go along with. This is something that could throw my plans out the window. Wait, maybe I should do something about this.
Yeah.
Oh yes, but leave the tree. If anyone, even if you get it to Bail Organa, they'll just paint a target on Bail's back as well.
Well, Bail doesn't have to release it publicly. He can just sneak it into the system.
Yeah.
How will you sneak it to the system, though?
Yeah.
That is a point. I don't have an answer because we don't know the logistics of that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just this. That's why I say a lot of the things in these movies are very thin. And
you need to make a lot of assumptions in terms of world building to say.
And let's see.
Let Von Listra finish what you're thinking.
Or make it up.
That is also true. That sometimes happens.
You know what?
Yeah, assumptions and inferences. That's what these movies are built on.
They're also built on external. They're also built on the back of external material.
Yeah. Replica films, no.
We were paying very, very close attention unless we come up with exact references for why these movies are not thin, and that it's not just a visual meaning. I can't take that seriously. I'm sorry.
I gotta say two things.
We've got a new person in the chat.
Yeah, it sucked.
Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah, your movie sucked, apparently.
Can you tell Anakin, why did you kill those kids?
Why did you kill those kids?
Wait, we can interview the man. Yeah, why did you kill the children? Or no, we're asking the wrong question. Did you kill the children? We never saw.
Did you kill the younglings?
Yeah, answer all our questions right now.
Answer our questions, Vader chap.
But now I am certain of two things. Two things now. One, wow, this movie actually kind of sucked. Two, in all seriousness, though, I never got the feeling that Star Wars as a movie and as a franchise, as a movie in each individual movie, was supposed to be this deep dive into. Sorry, I can answer.
No. Carry on, T-Rex chat. Yes.
And anyways, I never got the feeling that Star Wars was supposed to answer every question. It was just supposed to be this place exists, this event happened, it's all surface level. I never got the feeling that Star Wars as a film was supposed to be this deep dive into philosophy or into events. It's just supposed to be carry you from scene to scene, and it does that job very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not deep, no.
Oh my goodness!
Wait, you skipped Charles. Okay,
I think maybe YouTube just ate his comment or something, since the last comment I had was this.
How could you, White Lord? How could you? Star Wars is deep.
There's some interesting thematic stuff to talk about.
It touches on very deep stuff, but it's not like this is not an exploration of Taoism and Christianity. It's like, okay, the characters believe something, and it can be related to this and this and this, but it's not. Yeah, you get what I mean.
On its own.
You mean it's not about St. Thomas Aquinas?
No, it's not.
Sorry, Tarek. You were saying something.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, obviously, the whole thing is just a send up to the old space operas. That's what all Star Wars was ever meant to be. And it was clearly a passion project by George at the time. And I think, in all honesty, that's the way it was always supposed to be. It was the fans, and later on, especially after after Revenge of the Sith, that people started making it more than just about the movies, like more than what just Lucas put to screen. Because I truly do not believe Lucas had a message while making this. I think he said, oh, wow, this sounds like a cool idea. This sounds like a really cool idea. I want to do this and this and this. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that like George Lucas like has a lot of high-minded like ideals. I think that like in certain elements of the execution he struggles.
I'm just saying, I don't think he's trying to say anything.
Calm down.
All right, we get the message. It's deep. We're fine. It's deep. It's deep.
Yeah. What started happening is that it didn't start. It didn't start out as deep, but people started reading deeper meanings into the movies as time went on.
I agree with that.
I think that the prequels are, especially Revenge of the Sith, is trying for depth. I think that it is trying for depth, for a little bit more depth. Same with elements of Return of the Jedi, at least in terms of Vader and Luke. It's just that there's kind of a mixing in of stuff like the Ewoks that kind of is just like, oh, this is kind of just like space opera stuff.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Well, kind of the thing is the original like New Hope that deep?
No, it's not. It's about a boy on an adventure.
Yeah.
Okay. Charlie Spur. Oh, sorry. And yeah, I can definitely see that.
Yeah,
I can see that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, Louis the 14th was not. Unfortunately, Palpatine did not get his head off on like Louis the 14th.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Same wavelength, Tarek.
Yeah.
Just because there are a lot of themes does not mean that a movie is deep.
Or that the themes are executed well.
Hey, GLJ. What are you doing in my mind right now?
Okay, Eric.
I will say this, though. He does get Joseph Goebbels' hero's journey. He does understand that.
Joseph Goebbels? I thought it was Campbell.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's
Joseph
Campbell.
Campbell.
And anyone who got that intentional misnomer.
Goebbels like a Nazi.
Wait, you mean to tell me that the Nazis invented the hero's journey? Man.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
What? Is Brighton Snuff dissing?
No.
I don't think she was dissing.
Oh, I think I actually forgot to mention something. Charlie's the biggest. Oh boy, I am a fan of Rotatus, but I am nothing compared to Charlie.
Yeah. He is a master storyteller. Have you read his book, Themes and Where to Find Them? Yeah. So
actually, no. Hang on.
Pretentious themes and where to find them.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Deep.
Okay. So that's actually an interesting point. So, fall of the Roman Empire. Technically, it is not the fall of the Roman Empire. It's the transition from Republic to Empire, since the fall of the Republic is very, very different.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's not wrong though.
Hang
He's
on.
not wrong,
Hang
though.
on.
Yeah.
It's not the fall of the Roman Empire. It's the transition from the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire.
Yeah, I think that's what he meant.
And it's very simplified.
That's not what he said.
And it's very
I
simplified.
think it's what he meant to say. It just didn't come out right.
Yeah, true.
Maybe.
Oh, hey, Nihilus.
Yeah. Hi, Nihilus.
He's been here for a while now.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, has he?
So,
Yeah, he's been here a while.
So, well, the thing is, once the Roman Republic transferred into an empire, it remained fairly successful, or at least like maintained itself. There's also, but also like, if you're kind of going for the transition, there's less. I guess like you could kind of say that Palpatine had more power than Caesar did at the end, or at least that there were less, like there were more sheep in the Republic than there was in Rome. Yeah. I'm willing to bring you on in about 10 once we get finished discuss like our thoughts and kind of hear your side of things. But yeah, I am interested to hear it. But I don't count visual storytelling as a substitute for very, very lackluster writing that need to be filled in by other materials.
Or by the audience.
Yes.
Yeah, some of the writing is good. We mentioned some of the good dialogue earlier with Obi-Wan and stuff. So some of the dialogue is good.
Yeah, I think that like a lot. I think that like it's mainly just like the jumps that need to happen at certain points.
Yeah, there are logical leaps in various places.
Or there are things that characters say that we really should see, but we don't.
Yes.
It's still better than Evil Danny.
It is still better than Evil Danny, yeah.
Oh, that's because Evil Danny is quite possibly one of the dumbest decisions that's ever been made by humans.
And makes absolutely no freaking sense.
Yeah.
Yes, it's that's a low bar.
I would love to take your money, Mr. Spur. I would love to take your money because clearly you are Tommy Wiseau in disguise based on the bit of money you have.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you can take a PayPal account or whatever.
I do have a PayPal account. I do have a PayPal account in the description if you want to donate money there.
Charlie, there's your thing. Go. Play this bank account.
Yeah, there's your super chat.
Yeah, if you want to pay, if you want to pay me, like I am down. I have a PayPal account in the description. If you want to donate a tip to me, I would be happy to, and like for sure, I try to donate via
isn't it Streamlabs? Can you donate to that?
Yeah, Streamlabs allow. I think OBS actually OBS has a separate super chat thing.
Yeah, but you can do if you want to do PayPal. Like my PayPal description is in the link is in the description below if you want to go with that.
Just link your OnlyFans already.
Sorry, you're not Australian enough. Oh, come on! I can do a better accent. I can do that.
Don't.
Charlie, don't do it. He's not able to do it. Never mind. I guess he won't get his thousands of dollars worth of gold now.
Too bad. Bright Lord would not mind, I'm sure, getting PayPal. So
I guess you can't afford to sleep in that shingle, in that stupid, in that rotten old coffin.
I already have a PayPal. It's already there. It's been there for months now. I just am good at I'm just good at like pointing out people at the chat. Secret SM. What is that? I am.
No comment.
What is ASMR?
What does that even mean?
What does ASMR?
No comment.
Mean? What does ASMR mean? I'm not familiar with that.
Something disgusting, I gather.
No, it's
you don't want to know. You don't want to ever know.
You
don't
don't
ever
wanna know.
ask now. Let's get
Oh wait,
the
where
hell
did
out of
Tarek
here.
go?
Uh-oh.
He died.
Oh, indeed. It's so disgusting even for Bright Lord.
I actually just don't understand it. ASMR is autonomous sensory meridian response.
You had to do it. You
You had to do it. Oh my goodness.
Well, let's be honest. Well, actually, hold on. What was Joy Spirit done from? He's the most depraved out of all of us. Let's be honest.
Well, autonomous sensory meridian response is
Essentially, people
is the tingling sensation that begins on the scalp and moves down to the back back of the neck and upper spine. It's a pleasant form of paresthesia, is often compared to the auditory tactile synesthesia and may overlap with frisson.
Okay, no. It's, listen, like ASMR videos are essentially they get all close to their microphone to whisper like this. It's like what the fuck. Like no joke. I saw like a kid like listen to an ASMR video and like she was like eating these Apple products. And they made these crunchy noises. I'm like, how do people take pleasure in this?
No.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Huh. Yeah.
No,
please.
No. I'll blast Star Wars in your ear and you'll scream for mercy.
Okay, hang on, guys. I need to show you something right quick. I just need to show you something.
So,
I mean, did we talk about the reasons for the structural issues?
Oh,
yeah.
I think we need to. Well, I think we should. Yeah. So I think that. Well, I've kind of like discussed that it's kind of like a combination of George Lucas has rather antiquated taste when it comes to acting and like his acting preferences, and like he wanted to write it in a specific way, but he didn't necessarily have people on, like an editor who would kind of work with him and say, George, please take out this, please take out that, and kind of
please fix this dialogue.
Hey, Don, you mind? Hey, Don, you mind? I'm showing my screen right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Lucas did edit though. He did cut things out.
Mom, who was your favorite? All the Star Wars films, Rise of Skywalker. See, I love you both equally. It's you, and by a lot.
Wait,
Okay.
what?
Yeah. Oh, Revenge of the Sith by a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Charlie loves this film a lot.
Yeah. May I remove you at this point? Or, okay, cool. Says I know you'll die or something. There are no issues. La 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 la.
Well, as I've been
don't do
saying,
Irish accent.
as I've been saying in all three of these streams, most of the problems are cosmetic, and of the problems that aren't, they are not universe breaking.
Yes, I would say that, like, they don't break the plot, they seriously weaken her. Oh, come on, Charlie. Come on.
Don't be a cat.
It's like when it comes to the structural problems, I feel like a lot of the focus was placed on the wrong things. Like in The Phantom Menace, Palpatine says, the Senate is not what it once was. It's full of greedy, squabbling delegates. And that's supposed to be an important moment, according to both George Lucas and the fans of the prequels. But we never actually see any of this.
That actually is a very good point. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that like we could be able to like have like a discussion that kind of like maybe change people's minds. That just means that we're arguing well, hopefully. So
the rise of the Empire.
There's a lot of things built on the Camino Saber Dart that really don't make sense.
Yeah.
The Camino Saber Dart is a really big problem.
Well, the thing is, it's a MacGuffin that's handled poorly.
Yes, it is very, very poorly handled.
What are you talking about here? I'm sorry.
The Camino Saber Dart from Attack of the Clones.
Oh, okay. We're talking about. Oh, I see. That's why I got confused. We're talking about
I think like Neph made the plot. There aren't really like plot breaking problems. But I think that there are, there aren't like universe breaking problems that kind of where like you can't. Oh man, I love you, Charlie. You're hilarious. Yeah,
Charlie, it's kind of hard to say because one of the people here I worship as my religious figure. Two, I don't know the locations of the rest.
They use it, yes, and that is the main problem.
It exists.
Yeah.
It exists solely to find Camino when there were probably a bunch of other ways to do it.
That didn't make no sense.
Why would a professional bounty hunter use a dart that could be traced to a single place in the entire galaxy?
Why do you think he went to a third party? Why do you think the bounty hunter went to another bounty hunter?
Are we talking about the Attack of the Clones now? Because if so, I have to disagree.
We sort of transitioned into Attack of the Clones when we shouldn't have.
Yeah, let's get back onto Revenge of the Sith. Are there any other reasons that you can think of? Like I think that's kind of like George Lucas's antiquated tastes are kind of being smashed against modern storytelling and like antiquated storytelling technique. And
how? What?
I think partially it's just replica films is kind of having trouble with the YouTube comments, but we are having the most engagement that we've had on anything in a while. Like this has been like
we're at 11 people watching.
Yeah.
Oh wow, 11 people. We got double digits.
Yep. It's more than we've gotten for most of our other stuff.
But please don't jack off to the microphone.
What? Don't do what?
Don't.
No comment.
Yeah. So, yeah, we will. This.
It's true. That's the most disappointing thing since my son.
Well,
at least it's not one of the.
I honestly it's mainly just I refuse to be a yes man and cater to anybody when I don't find that opinion to be valid. I refuse to do that. If I did, I would lose all integrity. Thank you very much. No.
I will give you $1,000 right now. Change your opinion.
No.
No.
I
can make that much from a month of donating plasma.
There is not enough money in the world to get me to toe the line.
Everyone
world
has a price.
domination. We'll give you world domination. We'll give you the universe.
I mean, then she can just toe the line and then she can rewrite it so that she didn't.
You have a point.
Well, the thing is, Kathleen Kennedy does it all the time, and a lot of people defend her. Yeah, I won't. Yeah, I would like money, but the thing is, I can make money from books. And also from Walmart and the what is it?
The Bloodmobile.
Oh, I was thinking the stock market. I was thinking the stock market, since most of my retirement just right now is completely well set up. So
money is for simps.
Well, tell that to 40. Tell that to my 40K. Thank you. Tell that to $40K in the bank. Thank you very much. Maybe.
Also, to get back to the structural problems, I think that Anakin should have been introduced right away instead of halfway through the first movie, and that we should already see him as more or less a fully fledged Jedi, and then it's the story of his corruption.
Yeah. I think that in many respects, like, I think that like having him be the main focus and having him make more and more dubious decisions, like over time, where his morality gets slowly weakened. I think that that would have been a little bit better because it's mainly like he does two things that are yes, but it's not
in a very nominal way.
It is
not entirely, but a lot of it is not about his corruption.
Yeah, yes, it happens in the movies, but not much time is
actually devoted to it.
Yeah, as
not
compared,
enough.
Yeah, not enough.
Yeah,
time
there's not enough connective tissue in
Yes.
terms of the story of Anakin.
Yeah,
which is funny because in a lot of instances you had the time to do it. Like, I'm pretty sure Anakin versus Obi-Wan is like 10 minutes compared to Yoda and Palpatine's 5. It's like, and there's a lot of things that you can probably trim out a lot of stuff in that fight to get it down to 5 minutes, and a lot of it gets monotonous over time because it's just them swinging their sabers at each other. Especially when you're in this environment, like, throw some lava, do something instead of just swinging at each other.
It looked cool, but yes, that's true.
We're talking about time spent, not what was done. Because I think that what was done had been elongated over to more of the trilogy and certain stuff with, maybe say Obi-Wan was cut out, stuff with the council was cut out. Maybe like a bit of the stuff with the politics was cut out. If we're going for not necessarily cutting out things that are bad, but kind of cutting for time and kind of like refocusing, I think that would have worked. But
also, Replica, what's the difference between the subtle thing that you notice and the thing that you just make up?
And there's a nice one from Replica Films that I have to point out: fear, anger, hate, suffering.
Yeah,
that's like the funniest line in the whole movie, ironically, because you could put those in like any order and it still makes sense.
Yeah. So, and that's kind of one of the things that I think is kind of annoying. I think I actually think that it has some things, but I think that like the focus is very
scattershot.
Yeah, scattershot is a good way of putting it, where like there's a lot of things happening, and so even like the big things don't really get the room to breathe. That's why I think that like the prequels would work as a TV show as opposed to a movie, because you could add more time. George Lucas could have delegated more of the responsibilities. We could have had a bit more of we could have a larger writer's room where people could kind of collaborate and kind of say, well, that doesn't work, but could we try this, and kind of like go have a back and forth and kind of slowly improve things.
This kind of fits. Maybe it needs a little bit of editing.
Yeah.
Yeah, pardon me. There's a bit ahead, the bit where, no, not that one. The chap who's talking about politics and cutting up politics. Is that what you were saying they should do? Because I'm not sure they should cut the politics.
Yeah, I don't think they should cut the politics. I think the politics needs to be there in a certain way. But I think the like certain things like the restructuring the pod race, as well as like cutting out a lot of like extraneous detail and kind of saying, let's just focus on Anakin. This is his story, and the primary focus needs to be on him.
Well,
yes.
Honestly, I think that you should actually do the politics more, because you need to actually show the effect of the politics on the plot and how it affects Anakin.
Can I say something?
Directly.
Yeah, go for it.
Lucas, when I was reading the Wikipedia article, Lucas actually did expand a bit about focusing on Anakin. So that's what a lot of the editing that he did had to do with focusing on editing on Anakin, but then he ended up cutting out some of the politics, which is why some of us were saying earlier that maybe there should have been an extra film, longer time for the fall of the Republic and the fall of Anakin to breathe.
Or condense more of the plots into one. Like, Anakin has his love story with Padme, plus the invasion of Naboo in the first movie, and Anakin is already grown up, and so is Padme. And then their romance is budding while the invasion is going on, and the invasion leads to the Clone Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now you have a lot more leeway to work with this instead of a comparatively superfluous episode 1 and then a 10-year time skip into episode 2, and then we only see the start and end of the war after a 3-year time skip between those two movies.
Mm-hmm. It does. I think that George is trying to do a more ambitious story, but I think that there needed to be certain amounts of exploration. Yeah, it is kind of superfluous. Only 3 events of significance to the overall story happen in episode 1.
Anakin being found, Anakin winning his freedom, and Qui-Gon dying.
Anakin wants to give you says he has 90,000 credits, by the way.
Unfortunately, we live in the Outer Rim, so credits will not do fine.
No matter what, it's a universal rule. Charlie is already richer than you are.
Yeah, I think Anomaly.
But yeah, going back to episode 1, the invasion of Naboo does basically nothing because Gunray just shows up in episode 2 like nothing happened, and it's barely ever mentioned again.
Mm-hmm.
In the expanded material, I think it said that he weaseled his way out of being prosecuted somehow. But again, that's in the expanded material.
It's also in the it's actually not in the expanded material. It's actually in the film, which I think is a problem. That like Newt Gunray, like after multiple years of being prosecuted, he's still the Viceroy of the Trade Federation. Like it said that explicitly in Attack of the Clones. I think that is kind of like that's a little bit like extreme. In terms of,
by the way, Replica, it makes Palpatine the Chancellor. Like Palpatine could have been Chancellor from the very beginning.
Yeah.
It would change very, very little.
Yeah.
Replica says, but whatever.
I honestly really love Replica. He's very entertaining.
Yes.
Yes. In a sense.
Oh, come on, Charlie. That's a bit mean.
Damn, son.
What?
I mean, I said, you really. I think you really do not I think you are underestimating how much you love this film.
Okay.
Replica is like, Revenge of the Sith is top 5 movies of all time. I can easily list 10 that I would say are way better than Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah. I think it is trying to, but I think that just there's a difference between maybe embezzlement versus an attempted coup of a planet. And also,
listen, I actually got the tree from Newt Gunray. It just said that they were agreeing that taxation was theft.
Yeah. And that's kind of just why I say a lot of the politics are. I think that the plot of these movies is kind of stretched thin, and should have been a little bit more
like butter over too much bread.
Mm-hmm.
Like the One Ring, then.
Yeah, and that is totally fine. And that's totally fine. But we're kind of going to have to just say that our standards are different. And that's
not to say we don't enjoy all of Lucas's films.
I'm not sure I'd even call it. I'm sorry. I'm not even sure I'd say it was a bad Star Wars film.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say it that way.
I don't think that they're bad.
They're
I don't
not
think that
bad, but they're not top quality either. Is what we're saying.
Yes.
They're not as offensive as the sequels now.
What? My standards are way higher than yours.
Look, you should pursue a job as a comedian. I think you would do very well.
Christ.
How are your standards higher than ours?
Look, they just are. Okay, go with it.
Okay, listen. Okay, how about we just skip to the replica segment now? Let's just skip to the replica segment.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Shall I
bring on
him in?
replica films.
Alrighty, I can
This will
bring
be
him
fun.
on. Well, alrighty. Well, we'll
Okay.
probably alrighty,
All right.
replica.
No, I'll
John
send him.
Wick is
Oh, them's fighting words.
Oh, okay, don't worry. I will send him.
I've never seen John Wick.
Listen, I'm gonna listen. How about this? I'll send him a link, and he can come and explain
No,
himself.
I already sent them a link.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
we won't talk
Okay,
about films that we haven't seen, though.
Now
I
then,
have seen John Wick, and I think that John Wick is a very simple story that doesn't have much wrong with it.
You can't really fuck up. Man kills dog. Keanu Reeves fucks everyone else up.
Ew. Oh, is that what it's about? Okay, fair enough.
The thing is,
Well,
the thing
well,
about
yeah,
a lot
you
of simple plots is that they tend to have very few issues because they don't go out there with stupid shit.
Yes, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, sadly, I think that would be too many people.
Yeah.
All right, bring.
All
Sorry,
right, let me
Bring him on.
Bring his son of a bitch on. I want to go at him.
Yeah.
Tell me. Do you bleed? You will.
That's such a perfect clip.
Yeah. Alrighty. Mr. Hardcore Man, state your arguments for and against what we have said. Okay, he's clearly setting up. Okay. That's not in the movies. That's not in the movies.
What's not in the movies? What?
That he was instructed to use the dart so that he would be followed to Camino.
Oh, that again. Okay, never mind.
That could
it's
easily
also
be inferenced, but again, it's not explicitly.
it's also an
anywhere.
insanely risky plan. Like, what if they sent 10 Jedi and Jango was captured?
Yeah.
It's also not in the Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or 7 people. Oh gosh. 20 people met. The limit is.
It's 8.
Yeah, what is the limit on StreamYard's?
10.
10.
Wait, it's 10? I thought it was 8.
No, they upped it.
Ah.
Yeah, whenever we've had that many people, it's like it's been even more chaotic than usual.
Yeah.
I mean, you could maybe do like rotating, like someone leaves and then someone else comes in from backstage. But aside from that, it's like, okay, this is probably gonna be a mess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to take a break, I could bring on a firing rider if he wants to come on.
Actually, yeah, I'll take the break.
Okay, you'll take the break. I will bring in. Okay, I'll bring in a.
Okay, I actually need to hub out Fanatic or something. So, see you guys later.
All right. Cool.
So what's more, my opinion has not changed on this film. This is still my absolute favorite.
I still think that it's still my favorite. I'm just willing to criticize it.
Yeah. Anyways, Charlie, nice to see you here. Glad you're here, man. Anyways, see all of you next time. Bye.
See ya.
Hi.
My rancor is hungry. My rancor is hungry.
So is that the rancor of progress, or is it a different rancor?
Never mind.
Yeah, Don, if you ever wake up late at night and you want to watch more School of Movies, I will probably be available.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep,
Yes,
we can hear you now.
All right. I couldn't find a proper picture. Like I had a really cool one where I like shoot a shotgun, but that doesn't work.
Okay. 1 second, allow me to bring on aspiring writer.
I should. What the fuck is that? What the hell was any of that?
That was from Invincible.
Okay.
That was J.K. Simmons yelling at a child he just beat up.
All right.
Much better story than Revenge of the Sith.
Agreed.
No.
Alrighty. State your arguments. I'm
How about
interested
you
to
state
hear.
your arguments? I'm not fun doing anything.
Okay. That's fine. You
I mean,
want-
I'll say this: like, what are the reasons for the structural problems? What structural problems?
George Lucas can't write. That's the reason.
Let's be polite. He cannot write well alone.
That's something that I would take hours to go into. Like, I'd have to make like multiple hour long video on why that is wrong.
He needs at least one co-writer.
Like George Lucas is one of those people who's just cursed with having like people not understand what he's writing, and that's just they just don't get it.
No.
You know, that was
Replica,
exactly.
You should make like a School of Movies rip-off what Star Wars Revenge of the Sith means.
Okay? I just paranoia issues. Are you who I think you are?
Who do you think I am?
Yeah,
I've heard your voice before.
Have you? Well, I've been on these streams before.
You sound a lot like a guy I knew. A guy named.
Isn't he an evil overlord?
A guy named what?
Okay, you're not him. Okay. Well, I hope at least you're not him. If you are him, I will say you are the master spy, like just a master. But you're probably not.
I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
Don't try and figure out who he is. Let's just say that he would be you in an alternate dimension where you're like an awful person and like bad faith arguments all around. So, like, don't worry about him, okay? Like he's an alternate version of you.
I gotta tell you, man. You come in here and you hit the ground fucking running. Jesus. Already claiming people are bad faith arguments.
No. There's a guy who sounds almost exactly like him, who is like way worse in every way. And I just he sounds so much like I thought he was him undercover, but that's it's all right.
Lucas is scum.
They thought I was someone from School of Movies, so
Lucas is scum, and the films are filth.
All right, so let's get somewhere coherent, right? Like I've watched you guys stream. I think you guys were pretty good. Like the only reason why I was ever typing as much as I did was because, like, I had wanted to be on the stream, so by all intents and purposes, I was going to be on the stream, whether it was in text or audio. So I was typing like I was talking. So that's why I was saying so much, and you know, it's basically if I was there, I would have said those things to you guys. Now, of course, it's stupid because in text, you don't get to convey yourself very well. So I look like an obsessive idiot. But anyway, you guys did a good job. Like
you're being too pleasant by far.
Like you guys did great. I mean, like it's like there's a lot of like when I look at most of the arguments against the prequels, like a lot of them are very wrong and generic. You guys brought up some of them, but you mostly ignored like the really bad ones. Like the only point where I really started to get pissed off was when Tarek said that it wasn't deep. Like that just makes me angry.
It's not a very deep story.
It is. It is about as deep.
Number one.
Into it.
One at a time.
Okay, number one. How do you quantify depth in story? And how is the prequels?
That's not how you do this. Like it's.
Yes, it is. That is the way a person when writing, a person can have a lot of different meaning, and in order to have that different meaning, it should be obvious to the person reading. It should, because that is the way you convey a message. If it's surface level, If it's surface
level, look, I don't know what you're talking about. Like it like I would say back in the day, it goes without saying. I will give you slightly more than that now, but it's very stupid to say. All right, like George Lucas said it. George Lucas. I mean, do you think he was just bullshitting when he said it's like poetry? It rhymes. Like
I do not have the context for that.
We're getting at.
So,
I do not have the context for that.
So may I think that like what he is trying to do, like I think that is what he's trying to do.
Oh, there's no try with
I
him.
don't. I think
Okay, stop it and let him speak.
I think that is the goal that he set out. I don't think that like he necessarily executed it that well.
Mm-hmm.
So we can clearly tell that there's a lot of things that he wanted to have in his movies.
Well,
if you want to call that deep or thoughtful or inspired or whatever.
I don't know how much of all that is like you guys just not getting it, or is like actually a problem because it's hard. It's hard to talk about because like, it is like it is really
Replica. I'm gonna make this clear right now. When I was born, one of the first movies I ever saw was Star Wars, the original in theaters when it was re-released. Up until The Force Awakens, I had the books. Half of my original Xbox library was Star Wars. I had the DVDs. I had the Blu-rays. I had the comics. I consumed the hell out of this. Hold on.
Let him talk first.
I consumed the hell out of this franchise for the past 20 years. I read the wiki, I did everything. So I can honestly tell you that while George Lucas did in fact make a universe that was captured the imaginations of many, I can honestly tell you that other writers gave it more breadth, more depth, and more life than George Lucas did. He was the precursor, but these other mediums were the ones that gave it more depth to it. Star Wars, by default, was supposed to be a very simple space opera. It was a story. It was the hero's journey. That's all it was ever supposed to be. The prequels, yeah, he tried experimenting with it. But George Lucas, at heart, was always just a guy who said, I want to tell this one story, and this is the way I'm going to do it. That's why I don't think there was anything deeper. He's not trying to make a message about war is bad. He's not trying to make a message about the Republican Party or the Democrat Party. He's not trying to make a message about Nazis. He's trying to tell the story of good overcoming evil. That's it.
That's about as deep as it gets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
that's what life is about. What do you?
Pause one at a time. Okay. So can
Tarek is not the only one that has bookshelves upon bookshelves with those books.
Yeah.
I have all those books too.
I
don't have any of the Disney books because I do not trust them to not meddle with the people who are good at writing.
Is it okay if we kind of avoid certain appeals to authority arguments?
I mean, like they're not really appealing to any authority when they say that because the people, the OT fanboys who hated the prequels, they were old school. Like they loved it back in the day, and they saw everything, and they are about as wrong on the movies as anyone can be. So, like it's
so like as deep as it gets, I would. So what do you mean by that? Like that's like as deep.
Well,
as
I'm just saying that to say that good versus evil is not deep alone is it's already like very stupid to start from.
Why?
Okay, can I just break in for a second?
Go ahead.
So I think the way this works is that, according to Replica, the theme of good versus evil is the deepest you can go because it's so important for us as humans. Whereas for Neph and Tarek, it is not deep in the sense that it is very simple and easy to write.
Yes, that's what we're getting at.
What I will say to that, what I will say to that effect is that you have levels of evil, you have levels of good. And in fact, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2 explored the good and evil far deeper than the original trilogy or the prequels did.
Oh, okay.
I will agree with you that I like it. I just have criticisms of it.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So let's not get it mixed up here. Like there's multiple levels to that I have problems with there. Like the good and bad is not the only theme by far, and it's also not the only. God damn it! Fucking TLJ's stupid fucking ruination of themes. Themes actually affect quality in films. They actually do. TLJ just makes it look like they don't. Fucking hell. But look, I how do I put this? I can absolutely go like really far into detail with these sorts of things, but especially here in this stream situation, I just look. It's very simple. Okay, I don't see how anyone would think that it's so simple, especially since Star Wars was far more popular than anything that ever. You don't just latch on to the same bullshit as like 1,000 other things have been. If that was the case, then all these other stories with the hero's journey would be the same thing. I understand that Empire opened up.
Wait, Neph, wait.
Yeah.
Empire opened the box and made things a lot more interesting, which is probably why people think it's the best one. Mm-hmm. But it's I mean it was about stuff, and sure, if we just look at episode 4 on its own, it doesn't seem that way, but Lucas introduced a lot more of his ideas, and I have seen his original movies, THX 1138. I've seen American Graffiti. I've seen a lot of his stuff, so I know like the way how he thinks about stuff. And well, I mean, I don't know him, but it's to say that Star Wars is not deep, as in like it's essentially like a knight and wizard in space or whatever. That's basically just an admission.
Whoa, that is not what we are saying.
No.
Well,
I mean, like that's how you would take it, because
that's not how. That's not what any of us meant. One more time, Neph. Give me it one more time, please.
Okay.
Let Neph do it. Let's
No. I was being serious. Give me that no one more time.
Okay. No.
Thank you. That's what I want. That's all I wanted, sweetheart. Anyway.
Okay, before you counter-respond, Tarek, I just want to say I ain't hostile to none of you.
I'm not hostile to you either, but I'm about to. I'll give you what we're talking about here. We are not saying that this is just some silly Space Wizards movie. This is not what we mean. Mm-hmm. What I mean is that the movie is not exploring, say, the human condition. It's not like a movie. What was the one? Not even Nightcrawler. What's that one that Mahler just reviewed?
Father?
The Father, yeah. It's not exploring the human condition. It's not exploring this disease or this, what is the meaning of life or what is happiness. It's not exploring that. What we mean by it's not deep is that it's not making me question what is good and what is evil. It's telling me what good and evil is. Evil is when you genocide a planet. Good is when you blow up everybody who genocided a planet. That is.
1 second from the chat. How much money to silence or burn these heretics? He says
$1 billion.
No. 5 billion. It has to be 5.
$1.2 trillion.
$5 billion, and I'll burn everyone in this room.
$5 trillion. We sound like an auction now.
Do I have 5? Do I have 5? Do I have 6?
Replica is not coming included in the mass murder burning. By the way,
if you can get me 1 gigajoule of money, one gigajoule dollars, I will say anything you want me to for a gigajoule of money.
You better be willing to share that money, mate.
Wait, a gigajoule?
Make
what are you
him say
talking
that
about?
props are gay.
That's weak bait. Done. Say dragons are gay.
Gigajoule, that's a measure of energy, not of weight.
I guess that was just proof of how fucking innocent I am, because that's the worst thing I could think of.
But anyways, back to my point. All right. What I'm trying to say is that Star Wars did not make me think about what is truly good and what is truly evil. And by what I mean by that is, just as a simple example, a man steals a loaf of bread to give to his starving family. Is the action good or bad? He stole the bread, but his family is starving. Do the two cancel each other out? He still broke the law. What is good and what is evil? So that's what I'm saying. Like Star Wars, there's clearly two sides. This Empire bad, Rebels good. That is only going by the movies.
That's not really true. Like,
how is that not true?
Well, I mean, if you watch the films chronologically, like the people that are the Empire and the OT were the good guys in the beginning of the. You were like on the side of the stormtroopers in the beginning, and now they're the bad guys.
What?
Well, no. I know what he's saying. So he means chronologically, we're first siding with the clone troopers, who end up becoming like the stormtroopers. But that's not really one. You don't watch the movies chronologically.
All right, let's roll the clock back a bit. It's 1985. The first 3 Star Wars movies are out.
No.
What do you mean? No. That's the way they were released.
No, I don't go with that at all.
You probably should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
What? You're not doing that. So you're not going to watch. You're not doing that, even though Episode 4, 5, and 6 came before 1, 2, and 3.
It's the numbers tell you how to view them.
No. The numbers didn't exist until 1999.
Yeah, well, I was born in 2000. Is it called 2000 or 2002? Fuck, 2000. I was born in 2000. So what do you want?
Well, that explains a lot right now.
But Star Wars came out with just Star Wars. There wasn't even a New Hope or anything. It was just plain Star Wars.
Okay.
Well, okay, if we're gonna talk about that, then I mean, like
okay.
the first.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Name for the movie was just
the
New Hope.
chronology is not that important in terms of writing quality,
No.
because the original trilogy came out first. Therefore, the prequels is beholden to their continuity, not the other way around.
Yes.
Yes.
And
yeah, that's true, I guess.
In fact,
so because of this, when I watch the prequels with the context of the original trilogy, New Hope does better world building than Phantom Menace does, because I understand what the Force is more from watching New Hope more than I would from Phantom Menace.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure, you can have that opinion, I guess.
That's not an opinion. That is fact.
Yeah, because they actually explain the Force and they show Jedi training.
World building wise, I guess the prequels are like significantly better than the OT, but they're both generally just as good overall, I guess.
Out in the chat, please.
Well, the prequels have more world building. Whether or not it's better is a bit of a debate thing, because the OT doesn't. Yeah, you're comparing two different things, because OT doesn't do much of it, which I guess you could say is bad, but it's like they're not playing the same game.
I would argue it's more of a sense of scale than anything else, because
the world building. Sorry.
I to give the benefit of the doubt here, I would say that it's more to scale, because the OT is very self-contained. And we do understand the stakes. We do understand what's going on with the immediate characters, and that's all we need to understand. But we need to understand how the Republic fell, so thus the prequels need a much larger scope.
Well, that's not. That's. I mean, that's like the technical like reason why the things are like that. But there's also the behind the scenes reason, and that's simply that George couldn't afford to do what he wanted to do with the OT, so he later did it with the prequels. If he had all the money in the world, he would have made the OT exactly like the prequels.
No, actually.
How the hell do you know that?
The original trilogy came out when the hang on, done. Let me make this point. When the original trilogy came out, there was none CGI, none. He had to invent every single technology that he used in his movies.
Yeah, I know that, but like he would have done like the 70s equivalent of that if he could have, but he didn't.
He did do that.
Oh, did he really? Where's Coruscant Where's Coruscant in Episode 4 then?
He made up Coruscant for the prequels.
Coruscant was in the EU, and then he brought it into 1999.
Saying where is this thing he added in the prequels, and he might never have included it in the OT. I doubt he would have, because why would the rebels even go near Coruscant? It would be the most well-guarded place in the universe.
Yes,
it's in the core. Why would they?
And also, George Lucas has changed his opinion before. Many times.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no reason to assume that if he just had more money, the story would be exactly the same.
No,
the story would be different.
I'm not saying that.
If he had unlimited money, the story would be different from what we ended up getting in the 70s, but it would not be like the prequels necessarily.
All that I wanted to do was point out that this world building stuff is the stuff that George Lucas loves the most, and he would have done way more of it in the OT if he could have.
I actually can't argue with that. I can't argue with that. I do agree with you. He does have a penchant for that stuff.
Well, does he do it well?
Editing.
Yeah, very well. I mean, fucking hell, it's fantastic in the OT, which is amazing considering how bare bones it is.
Like, can I get some examples of like world building the prequels that isn't very thin and surface level?
Because, like, I could point out a bad example. Credits don't mean shit in Tatooine, yet Anakin brags about his amount of credits there, and they don't really say what other kind of currency the Hutts would use.
What are you talking about?
When did that happen?
In the first movie. No, we're not. I thought we were just talking about the prequels in general.
I never heard Anakin ever say that he has like $1,000.
I don't
remember that either.
I don't remember that either.
I have photographic memory of the movies, and I've never heard of that.
All he said was just, look how much money we made off of the pod racer. He didn't mention credits. He didn't mention any. He didn't mention what kind of money it was.
Yeah. Maybe I'm wrong, yeah. Sorry.
I mean, I guess I can pull up the movie if you want me to.
I'll just refer to you in this space.
So with this one, it's mainly because if you watch it in chronological order, if you're waiting to explain some of the mechanics until the fourth movie, that kind of...
There's a reason why Aragon explains magic in the first book instead of the third.
Yeah. So
you use Aragon as your example?
Well, yeah, it's like even Aragon gets this right.
I don't think the Aragon is very good.
Aragon,
the dragon.
I thought it was like
inheritance cycle, like Christopher Paolini.
Yeah, making yourself look real good there, pal.
No, I thought you said Aragorn too, so you're not alone.
I'm not paying attention. Fuck.
Yeah.
You're not alone. You're not alone.
Okay, I think I was thinking of like a Google of money, maybe not a Google gigajoule.
Googleplex, like that's
Googleplex.
An insane amount of money.
That's an insane amount of money.
I will. If you could give me that much money, I will basically like say whatever you want me to say. Bo.
You could buy the entire world with that amount.
No, here's the thing.
Where did the integrity shit go?
That's what it's corrupt. Well, the thing is, at that point, like you have achieved the impossible. So I'm just like, okay, might as well give you some respect.
Done. Done. If you had that much money, you've literally made currency on the planet. Probably 6 galaxies worthless.
Cool.
That
Yeah.
shit with Eric Otten was just too
Yes.
funny. Like I thought you guys were talking about Lord of the Rings. For fuck's sake.
No.
So it's meant to be. Well, George Lucas never said that.
There's a reason people say chronological order or
That's appeal to authority.
All right. I got it. It's he just says, "Look at how much money we have."
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't say like
Yeah.
what kind of money. You know, like I obviously it's assumed to be Tatooine money, but you know.
Yeah, I might be
How would he
misremembering
get
that.
Tatooine money though if he lives in the Republic?
Yeah.
It was meant to be watched the way it was released. Yeah, George Lucas said that, and it's numbered that way, so it makes sense. Of course, it's episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, like if I could just go on a tiny side channel, like I do not understand the machete order, the whatever order, the other order. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's so hard about that?
Well, again, because he's writing it from where he did the original trilogy to the prequels, and because of this, he does feel like you have a basic understanding of what the Force is when he's writing Episode 1. There's that set knowledge he believes you have, so it will feel a bit awkward when you watch it in chronological order.
It teaches you plenty about it. Like it's
No, he doesn't.
No. Yeah. What he is expecting when he says you should watch it 1 through 6 is that these people who are rewatching these movies have already watched 4 through 6.
I don't understand this argument.
Rewatch.
Basically, when he made movie 1, he believed people would have watched 4 through 6 because that came out before 1. He is writing that. It's why it's called prequels. He thinks you have that knowledge already in there, and so because of this, he will add on knowledge with the belief that you have that basis already.
The movie isn't called Star Wars Prequel Episode 1.
Doesn't matter what it's called.
It is still a prequel. doesn't matter if it says prequel in the title. It is a prequel.
I'm not saying it's wrong to watch it 1 through 6. I'm simply saying that very clearly he wrote Episode 1 with the thought that you have watched 4 through 6 because he adds on knowledge. He doesn't just restart and be like, okay, so this is the Force. This is how you Force push.
I don't think this is correct. I think this is very
well. What you think is irrelevant to what is correct.
Especially since you can.
Time.
What?
Replica first.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't think that any of this I don't know what you're trying to prove with that, but it certainly doesn't work because if that was not mentioned before, which I'm pretty 100% sure it was, then them excluding that before going into Episode 5 is just making sure that what Yoda says in Episode 5 is not irrelevant dog shit.
What?
Okay.
Well, if they explain,
that's like a complete non sequitur.
I agree.
I was like, where is he going?
All right. Let me make this incredibly simple then. If they explain it in Episode 1, that Episode 5, where Yoda explains to Luke, is irrelevant because we already fucking know it. So now that seems
No,
ruined.
it's not. No, it's not because Luke does not know that information.
Yeah, it's irrelevant it's repetitive to the audience.
But it's not irrelevant.
So
and George Lucas is supposed to be the one who has no idea about that, right?
And here's the thing. I think if he wrote 1 through 3 first and then had to explain the Force to Luke through 5, I think he would show less of what he did because we understand enough, and now we're just going to be assuming that he is imparting much of that wisdom to Luke. We will see less of it or have less of it said.
No. No.
Okay.
It was Obi-Wan that explained to Luke what the Force was.
What Yoda trained him. Yoda trained him. He would have had to explain, this is how you lift an object.
So
I think
except we don't see that.
So can I kind of maybe bridge the gap between what you're saying, because I think the idea is that Obi-Wan, it kind of gives him some like some initial training, and then and kind of explains like the mechanics of the Force is what gives the Jedi his power. It's an energy field that surrounds us, binds us, and penetrates us. And then Yoda kind of expands on that. Is that where you're going?
Yes, that's exactly where I'm going.
Okay.
Okay, that kind of explaining what the Force is, not necessarily the mechanics of how one uses it, which is Yoda.
Exactly, which is what I am saying. Like, the mechanics of how to use it are described are kind of expanded upon by Yoda. Obi-Wan gives him, like, a little bit of training on the Falcon, like, when he's, like, wearing the blindfold. But kind of in terms of watching it 1, 2, 3, 4, the mechanics of what the Force is not explained in the prequels. So he is...
Is it not? Because I really think it is. Like, I don't know what's like.
Here's the thing.
Not.
I think here's the thing, Replica.
I would have to rewatch it.
If the stories had been written in chronological order, the Force would have had to be explained in Episode 1, but it isn't. It's explained in Episode 4 because that's the movie where it was introduced. It is explaining it both to the characters and to the audience.
Problem with
what parts of the prequels? There's like a disconnect with the prequels where certain things are not explained because the audience should already know it. But then it's like, okay, how do you then watch it in chronological order as the ideal viewing order?
The problem with what you guys are saying is that this also works double retroactively. If you watch 1 to 6, then you still already know it if you watch it again.
If you watch 1, 2, and 3 without the context of things like what the Force is, you're gonna be hopelessly confused.
In fact,
not really.
The first movie kind of adds a bit with the midichlorians.
You see, like, the reason why I'm such an advocate for the looking at them as 1 to 6 is because I actually am one of the rare people who did view it that way.
Well, I did too.
The first Star Wars film I ever saw was Episode 1.
Wasn't Aspiring saying something?
Oh, go for it. Sorry.
I think Aspiring was saying something.
Yeah, Aspiring, go.
I thought I did. I
said,
I was saying that I also watched them in chronological order.
I watched Phantom Menace first, and then like the OT. But I also had a book that kind of summarized the OT.
4, 5, 6 at home. 1, 2, and 3 in theaters.
Same as Neph.
Yeah.
4 and 5.
Because my father loved me.
Yeah.
4 and 5 in the cinema. 4 and 5 in the cinema. 1, 2, and 3 with U-Law.
Well, I wish I would have seen Episode 5 in theater. That would be awesome. But I was 5, so this probably makes sense.
So the question kind of becomes, like, you don't really get, like, why would you, like, I think you should have explained the Force, like, re-explained the Force again in Episode 1, because you don't get the explanation. You get an explanation of what the midichlorians are, but you don't get any context for what the Force is.
What should have happened is when he was explaining midichlorians, as dumbed down as that was for a 9-year-old, he should have gone a little bit into what the Force was. Mm-hmm. That's what should have happened.
I don't know about this. I mean, this is not exactly what I came in here to argue for, and I don't really think you guys are, like, right about this.
We are talking about this from a writing perspective, because all
I'm just
of us
saying,
are writers.
Yes. I'm just saying that I'm pretty sure he already did it, so I don't see the problem.
Did it where? The OT or prequels? Because I can't. You're kind of confusing me at this point.
Well, I'm just saying that I'm not even sure if that's true, because I'm pretty sure he does go into it. So like, I don't see the.
No. We watched it 3 weeks ago.
I got $9,000. I got $9,000. I'd be willing to bet against you that he does not explain the Force Phantom Menace.
Really?
He explains the midichlorians, but the closest thing we get to the Force is like trust the Force, sense the Force. Like, okay.
Use your feelings.
Seems to be pretty much the explaining it.
No,
it doesn't.
No.
Like,
No.
if you could. I mean, we have the easy comparison, which is the original Star Wars. Where it's an energy field created by all living things. It surrounds us and penetrates us and binds the galaxy together. That is 3 sentences. That is 3 sentences.
Obi-Wan
you
lays
understand
down
it way better than anything in the prequels.
Obi-Wan lays down everything that is shown and demonstrated numerous times in the prequels.
No.
Okay, you know what? I got one that was never explained in the prequels. What the hell hyperspace is?
I don't think hyperspace was ever actually explained.
Yeah.
Gotta explain that one too.
No,
we gotta explain that one. Yeah.
Well,
now you're moving the goalposts. It goes from they didn't explain it.
Explain in the OT either.
Yeah, it was. It was you at least understood the mechanics that hyperspace had this thing because Han says if we come out too close, we could end up in a in an asteroid field or a sun.
That does not explain
or too close
how
to
the
a black hole.
That does not explain how the system works.
It doesn't. You don't understand the system, but you understand the consequences of if you do it wrong.
So here's the thing. If we are going from the logic that you are watching it 1 through 6 in chronological order, as opposed to release order, there is a lot of context and world building that is in the OT that is not brought up at any point in the prequels.
I don't.
It's not. It's not.
Okay.
To be clear, it's not a bad thing that it's not in there necessarly, because it is meant to be. It's a prequel that's coming after the OT.
I was about to say that. Like, I don't really see. I have 2 problems with this. Number 1, I don't think that's true. Like, I think it's very clearly shown. If it's not said, it's definitely shown for sure.
It is shown.
And 2, I don't see how it's a problem because if they I think like in Dragon Ball Z, when Gohan teaches Videl how to fly, like that they finally go into the mechanics of how the energy of these giant fucking blasts they've been firing throughout the entire series kind of works. And I mean, like I didn't need to know that before to understand how the key blasts work in that.
Okay.
Like I don't really see the problem. Like it seems like what George was going for was that all this shit is self-evident in the prequels, but then it's finally
it's
really
not
gone.
self-evident at all.
Oh, it's not.
What? Would you think?
Okay. You're the one who's advocating for this whole watch it in chronological order. If you just go by the prequels, what is the Jedi Order?
What the?
Because the Jedi are really important. Like, what are they? How can you describe the Jedi just going by?
What is their purpose?
This kind of argumentation is bad.
How?
No, we're just asking you from what the prequels say only what the Jedi Order is.
Because this is about world building in the prequels, and you are arguing from the perspective that if you watch it in chronological order, it still works perfectly fine.
You're asking me questions that I couldn't possibly answer without like actually looking into it and like noticing every last moment and detail when it happens.
But the devil is.
Thank you.
I hate this crap in debates. Like it's
Excuse me.
These fucking questions to pin you down is stupid.
This is called a debate. And second of all, the devil is in the details. Details are very important in everything. They are.
Yeah,
but
they
please
are.
realize we are exploring
them
this.
Up.
But like we've just watched the movies, mate. There's a reason we're saying this.
Yeah, the last 3 weeks, no, 4 weeks, because we missed last week.
Yeah.
So the last 4 weeks, we watched the first episode, we watched the second episode, and we just watched Revenge of the Sith. And we can tell you, because it's fresh in our minds, that the Jedi Order is not explained what they do.
Because it's not.
There is the Force explained.
Here's the thing. Rebel, just think about this. in the OT, they are training a Force user. They're not really. That's not really the focus in the prequels. It is a far grander scale, so they do not focus on the Force in that way. They do general things like midichlorians and the prophecy, and have faith in the Force, but they don't really go into the nitty gritty.
Yeah, but I don't think that is how that works though. Like like you like these things are clearly shown. Like like
you can see mechanically that a Jedi has telekinesis and mind control powers, but you don't see that you don't get the explanation that the Force is what gives the Jedi his
like
power.
let's say I went in blind.
I would listen. I would have to rewatch the movies. All right. To confirm if what you say is true, because this is an element I have never like even thought about. All right,
okay, but
it does not make sense just on the face of it because it's very clearly shown, at least. So I don't see the problem with it.
So shown things can be extrapolated in movies. I will not deny this. However, there is a disconnect when we see them use Force abilities and we don't necessarily know how because it's not explained that this is them channeling the Force or whatever.
Let me give you an example. Sorry, right.
It is.
No, you can go, Tarek.
Okay, let's say there's a scene in the movie where Obi-Wan raises his hand and then all of a sudden a meteor falls from the sky and impacts on the Separatists. Would you? Would I be? How would I take that? Like, can Jedi do this? Like, I don't know how the Force works.
Going too far.
How's that going too far?
No, it's not.
He's giving a hypothetical. We know this is never going to happen.
I don't like hypotheticals. They always go too far.
Okay. Let me give you one you do know. Then Star Killer pulls down a Star Destroyer.
I haven't played the Force Unleashed.
But you knew immediately. Wait. Everybody stop.
Okay.
Now we're getting
into
Vader.
Use Vader.
Okay, we're seriously
House rules, Sammy. Driver picks the music. Shotgun shuts his cake hole.
Let's kind of
Okay. Use the Vader example in Luke versus Vader in Empire. Then.
You mean the saber throw?
Yeah.
No, not that one.
The jump.
In the corridor.
Which you're gonna have to go for that one. I'm not too sure.
In the corridor.
When he starts throwing objects.
Yes.
Oh, you meant in Empire. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? No.
People have brought that up in the past. I don't think it applies.
How? It happened.
It does not apply.
No.
You're just kind of like
Vader chokes a man.
Please pause for a second. You're giving me a lot of like statements, but you're not really substantiating them. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can you like?
Is that really the right time and place for that right now?
Yes, it is.
What do you mean it's not? This is exactly what this is for, to go in depth.
Live conversation. You can't it's impossible to establish like all your points as well in like a live conversation like this, as opposed to like
I know this, but this is another way of doing it. Let's try doing it live.
Well, look. Here's the thing. Even if it was, which I suppose it's possible to have like a good back and forth. But this is like, I mean, like not to, because like I've had this before, and I'm not going to compare you guys to that whatsoever. But I'm just saying this is 5 versus 1 technically. So, like, it's not good. It's not a good place to work from.
You know what? I'd join your side if I could figure out how to do so.
Replica, I try to look from your perspective, and I will play devil's advocate when I think it necessary, or help them understand what you're trying to say. But like, I think you're taking this too much in side by side. This is a nice, friendly debate where we're just discussing things. We're not trying to prove each other wrong necessarily. We're trying to explore this topic.
Oh, don't lie to the boy. It's a firing squad, and you know
it. He won't feel safe if he thinks that, though.
This is not a safe space.
I've brought a bulletproof vest for that.
So it's kind of like what I'm getting from you is like you're saying like we can allow Replica to have his point, but like I want you to kind of like you're kind of saying that it is something and it's kind of just like that's not there, and it's hard for me to kind of like come from your side.
Well, I mean, like what I have thought, like, I have my own thoughts on many specific aspects of the films, but I don't really like when it comes to like the whole thing where people say like, oh, the telekinesis and throwing objects was established in episode 5. Like, I don't really feel like that's fair. Like, I just
What do you mean?
It was actually established in episode 1 with Vader chokes a person. Like that's
Oh
not a good
yeah,
argument.
that was.
Anybody who says
Wait,
that is
wait. Yeah, that was in episode 4.
Yeah.
So telekinesis, like anybody who makes that argument is not. I would agree with. I will agree with you, Replica, that anybody who says that like, well, Empire established telekinesis, not episode 4. It wasn't established in the lore of the original movie. It's just like, no. Vader
I mean, technically, it's established in episode 1 because that's the first one. But I mean,
honestly,
Star Wars Episode 4 came out first.
77.
So
yes, I know that. I know that. And that I will recognize, obviously, because it's true. But once again, I look at the films chronologically.
Where do you get any context for what the Force is other than it's this seemingly omniscient God type being thing?
Well, I know that Qui-Gon explains a lot of it.
He explains what a midi-chlorians are, and that it makes your reflexes are quicker, but the full explanation of it's an energy field does not come in until episode 4.
I'll just assume you're right until I can see it like the opposite, because I really did, like, I didn't come for this whatsoever.
Okay, so what would be the points that you would want to discuss, and we can kind of go from there.
The actual points I want to discuss. God, I should have started out with this. It's like because see, the reason why in the beginning I said I'm not doing nothing is because I thought you guys were going to bring up what I talked about before, and then we could talk about that. So that was clearly a massive mistake.
We kind of forgot what you were talking about.
Like you brought up a lot of things. Like you kind of like said that you said that like it is deep, and like you said a lot of things.
Well, it's definitely deep, but I don't. I'm not it. I mean, I do want to go. You don't use any art.
Well, yeah, like Replica, I will advise you when you make a statement, show us some evidence or points, because that's what we'll respond to. We don't like statements very much.
I don't know if I'm
not that we don't
doing
like
that. Like I'm just mostly using common sense. Like I just
common sense.
You're not pointing out where in the films what you're talking about is
coming from.
No. That's not the word I was looking for. Is supported.
Okay.
You're not giving us evidence.
Well, to be fair, like I said, I have not thought about what you guys were talking about. Like that establishing thing I've never heard about before.
We're coming at this from the perspective of his peers as writers.
Yes.
All right.
So, and honestly, like it's fine if you just like look at this as a movie as like a just general audience goer. That's totally fine.
That's not who I am.
It seems like that is you are giving me the arguments of
no. That's not. Look. I care about writing a whole hell of a lot, and it's definitely like a structural framework. But I've sort of moved over, and I don't think in that specifically only anymore, and I guess that I'm just a very creative person, and I have a different way of doing things. That's just a simple way to put it.
Can I please speak honestly for a moment and be as truthful as I can, like be blunt?
Do you ever not?
Very good point, but I'm asking for I'm asking for the sake of Replica, so I can try and teach him something.
Try not to break his soul.
Okay, look.
I have no problem with you doing that. How about you?
Go for it, dude.
Look. How about we actually talk
yes
about
or no?
Yes.
What?
Replica, yes or no? Can I try and teach you something?
Repka, just say yes.
Since when did this become about my permission? What?
Okay,
okay.
I'm
Derek wants to say something that's going to be harsh, and he just wants you prepared.
Yeah, I'm trying. To, okay.
You're probably gonna be wrong, so don't.
All right. Okay, so this is the. I'm cracking my knuckles here. This is the way we're going. Okay. If you are truly a writer, yet you're ignoring.
I'm not a writer.
Let me speak. If you're saying you're this creative type and you appreciate writing and everything else, but you are ignoring the fine. If you are ignoring,
I'm not a writer.
Doesn't matter. This applies to everything, and I can tell you that from experience. I can tell you that from experience.
I will mute you. I need to mute you, Replica, because
I
gave her to speak. You can't interrupt people. You gotta let them talk.
If you are truly a creative type, like you are saying you are. If you are saying, you said you appreciate writing, but you can't appreciate the finer details, you are never going to go anywhere in anything. And I do mean anything. If I were to go to my boss right now and say, oh, this happened, and he'll say, well, tell me what's your proof for that? Because he will, and this will happen. And I say to him, oh, I just know it happened, or this is this is what I believe happened. He'll tell me, pack your shit, you're fired. If I did this in the book I'm writing right now, and I was to read it tomorrow, all of these people right in front of you or on this stream right now would tell me I suck. The devil is not in the detail. The devil is in the details is not just a saying. It is a fact. You need to know the details. You need to be able to support your argument, and you need to be able to back it up. Otherwise, no one will have a reason to believe you. No one will take you seriously. And furthermore, no one will want to talk to you because they can't have a productive conversation. I'm done.
I don't know why you felt the need to talk about that.
Because we've been going in circles for the last 30 minutes of, well, this is a problem. No, I don't think that. This is a problem. Yeah, but you're wrong. Well, how am I wrong? I don't want to talk about it here. You see the problem?
It's frustrating to discuss.
Really that bad?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait. Is it really that bad? I don't know, man. That's just how I feel.
Yeah, there's a reason I brought it up, mate. It was getting a bit like,
Yeah, we want to have like a dialogue with you. Like we want to like have a back and forth, and like you've said a few times that you have a photographic memory of these movies, but we would like you to bring up some evidence from the movies to support your point. Otherwise, we can't really take your point seriously. It would be like
sure. Yeah, all right. Well,
it just benefits everyone all around. You might even not even say something we necessarily disagree with.
I get it. There's way too many assumptions being made right now.
Okay.
All right.
What are the assumptions? Please tell me what the assumptions are. I'm interested to, like, on our part or whose part. Please tell me.
Where do we begin?
Okay.
Where do we begin?
Okay, you have 5 minutes starting now. Filibuster. Go for it.
What?
You have 5 minutes. Go.
Where were we wrong?
For what?
Everything. You just sat through 3 hours of this. Where were we wrong?
I have to do everything?
No, just do what you can in the next 4 minutes.
Okay. You can anything you can think of that we're incorrect on. We are giving you the right to filibuster. Nobody can interrupt you. I will even mute everybody but you, and nobody will interrupt you for 5 minutes from the second you start bringing up your arguments for why we're wrong. And I will even say I will put the mute button on and I will mute them while you talk. So you don't need to go everything, but you can definitely like state your piece and bring up evidence. Like, I'm interested to hear your perspective, but I need you to bring up evidence, not just statements, because statements I can't work with. Since I don't think you're a bad guy, and I think that like you've definitely done some research into this, and I just want you to be able to state your piece. So go for it.
Oh, fuck me. Ugh. I'll just go off the top of my head and try stuff. You guys say that Anakin's turn to the dark side was sudden.
A little bit, yeah.
Well, it was a character arc that went on from episode 1, 2, and 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's what Yoda described. It's fear, anger, hate, and suffering. It's he clearly, like, if you watch the movies, like, it's, I don't really see the point where you could say it's rushed. Like, I guess I would say it's rushed in the sense that episode 3 couldn't literally be like a 10-hour long movie. But it's like, well, I mean, you can see the conflict he is in episode 2. Like, like, this is in a lot of the dialogue, which is often dismissed as just cringy stuff that a lot of people don't pay attention to, but it all connects. And it's the stuff like, it's got a lot to do with Palpatine's grooming as well. Like, you have that moment in episode 2 when Anakin essentially says that it should be like well, I'm not sure if it is, like, if he does advocate for a dictatorship. A lot of people say that he's advocating for a fascistic dictatorship. I'm not sure about that. I think he's more just saying, like, we need like a better version of democracy, but I don't know. Like, Palpatine is definitely like pushing him into directions. And while I agree that killing the children was going pretty far, like, it makes sense that he would do that, especially since, well, maybe not that specifically, but it makes sense he would betray the Jedi, because all they have ever, it's like the Jedi are partially like the reason why his mother died. Like, the catalyst for him going evil is because he wants to save Padme. He wants to save the people he loves. There's like this thing like in episode 2 where he's like where he's don't say that. You're only making me more nervous. The fucking shit. Okay. Well, that just completely threw me off. Done. Like, that completely threw me off.
So you're talking about the turn?
No. Yeah. Sure. I fucking hell. Okay. In episode 2, he talks about he's good at fixing things, and stuff like that, and he and he says, like, I want to learn how to stop people from dying and everything. And like, if you paid attention, you saw that the reason why his mother died was because he wasn't allowed to go to her and visit her because of attachments and stuff. So like, he partially blames the Jedi for that. And if the Jedi would like refuse him the access code by not making him a master, and like also essentially discouraging, like, I mean, like, he goes to Yoda and he talks to him about like the fear of losing a loved one, and Yoda's essentially like, oh yeah, just let that person die, it's fun. Well, no, that's not exactly, that's not what he says, but it's about what he says. And like, he's essentially trying to stop history from happening again. And Palpatine tells him it is possible if he does a whole bunch of things for him. And he trusts Palpatine a lot more than the Jedi anyway, because the Jedi have always kind of looked down on him because he's the chosen one, and because he's got so much conflict in him and all that. So, for him to essentially betray the organization that was full of people that kind of didn't like him anyway, versus going with the one guy who's always there for him and who also promises him that he can save his own wife, like like I said, like it does kind of go far in the sense that he kills the children. But I mean, the clones were going to kill them anyway, and there's a lot more to that scene, anyways. But it's saying the turn is rushed. I feel like you would have to miss out on like a lot of the dialogue in episode 2, definitely, but also a lot in episode 3. Like like there's a lot of stuff there, like Palpatine constantly telling him that. The things the Jedi, Anakin talks about how he would, like, if he would become wiser and, more experienced, that he would be able to become a master. And then Palpatine says that it's not a good gauge for wisdom and knowledge and stuff, and that they're essentially doing it not because he needs to develop more as a person, but because they're scared of him, and his power will become too much to control and stuff like that. And there's a lot. It's a very complicated thing. Mm-hmm. People make it out as though it's just like, oh, I decide to be evil now. And I mean, when it comes to him doing like the really bad things, that's just falling further down into hole. Like it's part. That's like part of the. Because like,
alrighty, your 5 minutes is up.
Okay. Well, I hope you guys are happy.
Well, it's just I am giving you the opportunity to state your case, and like you brought up a bunch of points that I think are interesting discussion points. I know Neph had some commentary on it.
Oh yes, Neph, go.
Oh God!
Cue sinister Neph laughter.
Hey, the fact she paused is like, collect my power.
Before you rip into him, I will say one thing. That was better. You were backing up things a little bit. You were putting down you weren't just making statements. You were providing evidence. Whether it was right or wrong, I can't say yet, but you were providing a backup to it.
That's all we were asking for.
Yeah. And that's kind of like why I like discussing writing, and why it's tough for me to like go with like just statements being thrown at me that something is good without like a lot of like supporting foundation. But you get
never make absolutely no mistake. Never assume that I say things for no reason.
Oh, it's basically I assume that there is a reason.
But we don't know that reason.
But we don't know it yet.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Just don't make that mistake.
So I think that Occupation Army made a good point. I think that this is a very good point. That I think that like the buildup is pretty good. It's just that the turn after he's been like seems like, at least like with the Dooku fight, he seems like he's morally conflicted after killing Dooku. But it seems like there's less conflict later, and I kind of don't buy the dark side. It acts as a drug argument, because that's not in the movies.
Yeah. That's completely unfair.
Why?
Because it's obvious.
How is it obvious?
It's not obvious.
So you say this, but you have this is partially from you having read other material, and it looks obvious to you now. Just looking at
I haven't read any other material.
Okay, so let's
the closest I got to other materials. Okay, the only other Star Wars con I've fully seen is Clone Wars 2003. I saw only a tiny bit of 2006. I've never read any novel. I haven't read any books, and I barely even played the video games.
There's just one thing with that. You have stated that you've gone to the wiki. That counts.
But also, here's the thing. From what we've seen, we've never seen the dark side necessarily corrupt someone simply from using the dark side. There's normally another factor corrupting them that makes them start using the dark side. It seems like the dark side's more a byproduct of corruption, not the cause of it.
And by the way, yes, when he is talking to Padme about politics, he is advocating for a dictatorship. He is.
Not really.
No, he is. He is.
There's a difference between being frustrated with how stupid democracies can be and like wanting to have like a full-scale dictatorship.
She asks if he is advocating for a dictatorship, and he says yes.
What?
Wait,
what?
Wait, where is this scene?
Wait a minute. Are you talking about? Sounds an awful lot like a dictatorship to me. Well, if it works.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Like, I would just like to say
This is what I'm pointing to.
Yeah,
just
sure, whatever that works, I guess.
A slight moment. This does actually make sense for Anakin, seeing as he came from Tatooine and coming from such a lawless place. I think any kind of sense of order would be appealing to him, even if he doesn't understand the consequences for other people.
Yeah. Yes, I can accept that. It's just that I can accept that as like something that Anakin would want, but I think like that being like anything other than a red flag for Padme is kind of just like
Well, I made it into a joke afterwards.
I want a neo-fascist dictatorship. I am so turned on right now.
A lot of people say things like that, and they normally will back away from that position when someone starts confronting them because they're saying that more out of frustration, being like, God damn it, this seems more appealing than this bureaucracy shit. And then someone explains what he would be sacrificed. Like, okay, I get that. I'm just annoyed at this.
Except that he doesn't do that when Padme does that. He
says
yes.
He says I would be far too frightened to tease a senator, and laughs because she gives him a conversational out.
Yes, exactly. She gave him an out. Otherwise,
well, he starts laughing before he says any of that, so I don't see what the problem is.
Well, it's mainly just like that. He doesn't take anything back, and he
he doesn't.
So
he laughs like it's as if he was screwing with her.
That is not retracting his statement.
So what you're saying is that every single joke? No, okay, that would be like being an asshole. But
that was not a joke.
That was clearly not a joke. He was being dead serious.
Also, question: is it?
There's such a thing as the Schrodinger's asshole, where you decide whether it's a joke or not based on how it's received.
Also, wrap up that. Is it a problem if Anakin wants a dictatorship? Like, it makes sense for the guy.
Well,
yeah,
look,
he lived under the Hutts, and the Hutts are dictators.
She already convinced me that is what he meant.
I know.
Saying that he turned it into a joke later. That's all.
Okay.
I can accept that he attempted to, but she shouldn't have taken him serious. She should have seen.
She should have raised an eyebrow.
Well, here's the thing: if your husband starts advocating that kind of stuff, you're gonna be a bit disturbed. Like, oh God, what the fuck are you thinking? But you're not gonna do much else. It's like he's not gonna actually be able to institute this.
I believe this happens in Attack of the Clones, and this is before they get married.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Your future baby daddy.
You guys are making more out of this than it is.
That might be true, but we're kind of trying to examine it from a structural writing perspective, and we're kind of taking a look at it. We're not taking a look at it with the kind of intent to say that George Lucas is a terrible writer, screenwriter. We're just saying that George Lucas has very specific failings that don't break the plot, but they do weaken it.
Well, you consider that part of the story to be a failure?
No, we just like dissecting it.
We like dissecting it because partially like it's part of a whole, which is the romance subplot, and kind of when you because we like I want to kind of like see, okay, what are the building blocks of this relationship, and all I can see that he is an oversharer who seems like he has emotional problems that make him too immature to be in a committed relationship, and that she should see that and not go for him.
Oh, okay. So what? Basically, everyone's like objections to the romance in general.
I'm just gonna say Padme's tastes are strange.
Yes.
I majorly disagree, but we would sit there for so long it would be dead.
So, well, that's okay. Why do you disagree? I'm interested to hear.
Oh God, this is going to give me an aneurysm. Well, the glasses are getting off now. All right.
Okay.
Typical Hollywood romances are garbage. They're way too fucking dramatic, and everyone is way too fucking expressive about everything. Like the actual real life version is very awkward and stilted. I find it to be far more realistic than most of them, and a lot of people have very subjective ideas of how Anakin is behaving, which I don't think work very well, because I mean, like God damn it. Okay, this part I'm gonna fucking hate. I can already fucking tell I'm gonna hate this. All right.
Okay. Let's calm down. Let's make a starting point for you to go off of. Where do you?
All right.
Most of us think his relationship with Padme is awkward, specifically his behavior toward her, somewhat being creepy in the first two films. What would you say to that?
See, that's the problem. Is that it's like a state of mind to look at it that way. Like it's
state of mind.
I never thought it was creepy ever. Like I don't see that.
So you didn't think that the look he gave her before they left for Naboo wasn't creepy when it was obviously supposed to be?
Kind of like,
you mean the look that he gives her when she says it's uncomfortable?
Yes.
And then
that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like
that's not creepy at all.
Well, as a response to someone saying they're uncomfortable, you would normally like blush and be like, "Oh, sorry," not get turned on.
Except he goes, "I'm sorry, milady."
That's kind of the fucking idea.
Sorry at all.
So
it's kind of the fucking idea of that scene.
So like him being awkward could be intentional. It's just that like it isn't that it's stilted, and kind of just the fact that like I'm trying to kind of see why he would be appealing to her as a long-term partner, and because ultimately all partnerships, like relationship-wise, are built on mutual interests. They're built on like romantic chemistry, trust, that sort of thing.
They have mutual interests. They want to see the Republic an end to the war and see it like peaceful and everything.
But this is before there is a war.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. So, Anakin showed somewhat of an interest in when he was a child. He got attracted to her kind of like that. And he's like, "You're the prettiest thing in the whole universe," and so he's already the kid is kind of like, "Oh, I'm a bit head over heels to you. You really pretty girl."
I never got that impression from the movie, to be honest. Like it just seemed like the kind of thing a 10-year-old kid would ask, because he's a 10-year-old kid. He doesn't know any better.
Yeah, but he's already showing a semi-interest, not necessarily attraction, but he's like, "Oh, you're really pretty," just like a little kid would probably say. And then time passes. He's in the Jedi Order, and he seems to. She's like still stuck in his head. He was like one of the first nice people he probably met in that entire place.
I think it also is because he discovered puberty.
He's also
it's part of puberty, so he's head over heels for her.
He also has obsession problems.
That is true.
Yes. He's clingy. Let's be clear. He is very clingy as a person. We see this with his mother, and we know why. He doesn't have many people that he gets along with, so he's incredibly clingy to his mother, and now we see him being somewhat clingy to his crush.
I apologize, guys. I gotta bail out. I gotta go take care of some stuff. But thank you for having me on.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
See ya, Tarek.
No problem.
See ya. Have a nice night.
See ya.
So I can see Anakin being head over heels for Padme. It's not a rational love. He's just puberty, obsession, and because
that's not exactly what's happening.
Okay, so
I mean that's like a lot of it, but that's not like exactly it. I mean he's like 19, so I doubt it's much with the puberty, but it's I don't know. Like it's
well, the Jedi. Well, I say the Jedi don't really like anyone. They're very clear against attraction. They constantly say this: "Don't be attached to anyone." So he's had a lot of repressed puberty. He didn't get it out in the early teen years. He has to get it all out now.
Being in a presence again is intoxicating.
Yeah, that line. There's a lot of unintentionally funny things.
There's a lot of like super drama queen dialogue that Anakin gets.
What is that drama queen dialogue, Mr.?
With the relationship, I think Anakin is fairly well. It's clear that he's awkward, and it makes somewhat sense considering why the hell would this kid have social skills, and it makes sense why he would be clingy to her. I think the part where it breaks is Padme should not be feeling anything for Anakin, and she's already shown to be.
Why? Because she's clearly
She's being uncomfortable. She's showing discomfort around him.
She clearly finds him very attractive.
Maybe, but she's already shown discomfort with how Anakin behaves.
No, that's not discomfort. That's like Nam's pointed out that was actually that's actually because she was into him, but it was like too overbearing.
Okay, so can I just ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Why does Padme feel so strongly about Anakin in a romantic, devoted, sexual way that she is willing to marry him in the span of like 3 days?
The span of
how much time passes in Attack of Clones?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just going with 3 days because whatever.
There's a lot more time in between that.
So let's give them a very generous 2 weeks. That's still quite a lot of fast, considering their last interaction was when he was a child and she was a bit older, like in her teens. So it's already
she was 14 and he was 9 in the fantasy.
I'm not gonna comment on this because this is all very specific stuff.
Why do you seem to
the romance doesn't work if she isn't willing to go through with it?
So here's the thing: their starting position is she is almost like an older sister in her role because of the year gap. 5 years is not necessarily a strange year for married couples, but it is strange when you're that young. She would be his babysitter, and now next time they meet, they are older, yes, but now it's like there's horny teenage.
I'm sorry. That's a part of why I like that is because it's younger people love.
Okay, you might like them, but we're saying in the context of the two characters, Padme is shown discomfort with how he behaves and is a bit too clingy. Anakin doesn't know how to behave properly around a lady that wouldn't make them uncomfortable, and this would just push her away.
Well, he's being very nice to her, though. Like I think that's part of the charm of him is that he's trying to convey his emotions to her.
Yeah, you can be nice, but
very creepy about it.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I always had the feeling like she partially knew this and was kind of intrigued by that.
Okay, I want to just say something real quick. I have a clingy stalker girl. Let's say this. She comes to my house every day. She constantly offers to rub my shoulders and my feet and everything. She constantly tries to do me favors. She tries to clean the house and everything, and I just want her to go. I'm like, okay, I need personal space. You're folding my underwear. Could you please leave? And it's like she's being very nice to me. Yes,
personality type.
I know, but I'm saying that in this case, this girl is being very nice to me, and that would definitely make it feel bad to tell her to go away. But
you're looking at him like he's some creepy fucking stalker, which he is just not.
He's not a stalker, but he is
kind of
clingy.
is.
He's not.
I will say he's not a stalker. He doesn't go out of her way to seek her out. But when he's with her, she is very much
very fucking hard to see the like it. It is not the same thing. Okay, like I don't know what the term is. All right, like I don't
oversharing.
Oversharing. What the hell is that?
Like he shares way too much about how he feels with her about Obi-Wan, and after
I do that too.
That's
well, okay. So
that proves our point very well.
Replica. So I think in this case, I think you're kind of you seem to view their behaviors as somewhat normal, or just some view that you would do the same. And it's like, okay, yes, this might be normal for you, but in the context of two characters, it's normal for Anakin to behave like this, yes. But we've already seen Padme be somewhat discomforted by that behavior, like most people tend to be.
That's not what it is, though.
She has said, your staring makes me uncomfortable.
Yes, and
that
like
is
I
showing
said,
discomfort.
Yes, and like I said before, Anomaly said that she said that because she was into him.
But we don't get where in the movie do we get really hints at that moment that she's into him?
That comes later.
Yeah, so it comes later.
I honestly have other problems with the romance, like just the fact that she is dressed in a way that is clearly meant to engorge his nethers.
That's the point is that she's not admitting it, but she's definitely like for the.
Then why say she's uncomfortable? That's not what you would say.
That's the thing.
Okay. So what is this whole romance motivated by? Because
I'm happy I'm having this conversation with you all, because when I make my video on this, I'm definitely going to make sure I'm going to triple ultra back it up.
Yeah.
Okay, so as far as I can see this, and as far as the arguments being presented here, they get married because they're in love. They are in love because they are attracted to each other. It's like, what do they bond over? Like, if you just go by like the Watchmen graphic novel, Dan and Laurie have a very clear bond by the end of that story. It's like, what is the bond of these two?
They have common interests.
Really?
Towards the Republic, towards the. There's a lot there. Like, I mean, if you want me to like specifically quantify what like the core of that is, then I would have to analyze it again.
Neph, you were saying?
Please provide us with evidence of what you're saying, please.
All right,
and have it be from the film, please.
Yeah, no outside sources.
Why would it not? Why do you? Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Because we are
no.
critiquing the films as films. We are not taking anything.
Well, the thing is, he has stated repeatedly that he does not read EU stuff, so I don't think that's going to be an issue here. So I think that kind of basically like from what I can see, like Mr. Replica, you are clearly like a person who the storytelling method that George Lucas uses appeals to you. However, we are kind of looking at this from the era of let's look at this as a script and a story versus the subliminal messaging. Is that a fair assessment, or am I off?
It's decently fair. Like, you shouldn't assume that I don't care about that.
Or at least like
the problem is that a lot of that stuff explains a lot of the questions, and it's frustrating because you see the problem with it. Another problem with it as well, which is more of a side thing, but it's also that you start looking for problems, you're going to find them where they don't exist, and it's kind of up to you to try and like figure out if that's true or not. But your own subjective perspective can fuck with that as well. So it's is your idea of what is an objective problem correct, or did you mess it up? And another The well, when it comes to prequels, the well has been poisoned for sure. Absolutely been poisoned. Like, there's just no getting around it. Like, it's poisoned as hell. Like, every single possible thing anyone could ever try and grab and fling at this movie, it has been done. So it's like, what is a real thing and what is not a real? That's like why I'm making my series on like what I'm working on right now, and I have video that's actually really close to completion now.
Okay.
Like, what I'm working on is making response videos to some of the original people. So Mr. Plinkett, Samuel Gavin, Confused Matthew, those guys.
Yeah,
and
I will agree with you that
and like
Matthew is wrong on multiple points. Yes.
And like the important thing with that is that it needs to be understood that those like points of views on these movies are invalid and should not be considered by anyone, just at all. Like there is no value to it whatsoever. And the real conversation, which I guess is the one you guys are trying to have here, is unfortunately always going to be somewhat impacted by that. And
that's why we're trying to get around that. We're trying to look at it objectively. We're trying to see what are the events happening in the film, what's in the film, and what's it trying to portray.
So, you're definitely trying, but I think that like I'm not saying that people like Rick Worley or Style is Substance have removed any flaw from these things, but once you start to understand why a lot of things are done the way they are, well, then it's very hard to look at them as problems anymore, because they honestly very quickly cease to be once you get there. Like, it's
just a question: have you seen Loki on Disney Plus?
But there still is the absolute question of the pure quality of the script, which I actually think is not as good on the prequels as it could have been. Like, I think we're talking about 80% here.
So I could the arguments that you are making, whether visual language was communicated, I could possibly make that argument for Last Jedi.
No, you can't.
Why?
Because The Last Jedi is absolute fucking garbage.
We can say that about the prequels,
Well, the thing is, I can say that if we try to understand Rian Johnson's methods of communicating, I can say that
they're not comparable.
The argument that you're using, I can apply to TLJ.
They're not comparable. People have said this before. I refuse to acknowledge TLJ in an argument like that.
Replica. We're not trying to say they're equivalent. We're trying to say that your argument can be used to even defend The Last Jedi. We're trying to say your argument is flawed.
There's a lot more to it than just the subliminal messaging.
Mm-hmm.
Like Style Substance video on the prequels, I would point anyone who watches this to get to understand my perspective on this whole thing.
Okay.
I don't know if
we've been at this for nearly 4 hours. Maybe we should round off.
Yeah, we should probably round off. I do have to say thank you to Replica for coming on and stating your case. It's been interesting to see your perspective, and thank you for Share Create that you were thinking you want people to look at.
Style is Substance video on the episode 1, the review,
Style is Substance. I'll go look that up now.
Okay, I will look that up. That might be interesting as a discussion point, since I prefer not to, at least with the prequels. I just come at it from okay, this is relatively enjoyable. This doesn't insult my intelligence. This is just something there could have been some pretty hefty improvements made, but it doesn't destroy the story or ruin anything.
Well, look, I'll admit that I have kind of gone a little bit too far in one direction, and I'm clearly showing gaps in the armor with that, because when it came time for me to argue with you guys about the specifics of the script, I was pretty lacking because I was kind of thinking more as the whole broader I look at the movies more as like the interconnectivity of it all and like all the little details that like the story beats and all that stuff, and I'm not really caring all that much about the nitty gritty like every detail thing. I mean, like I'll be honest with you. Like when you gave me that 5-minute rant, I was like that was me trying very, very, very hard to like really nail something together that like you guys wouldn't be willing to take a crack at. Because I don't think you guys think that everything I say has been like stupid or badly argued or whatever. But I can definitely see myself that I am not doing nearly as good as I could have, and that's probably because I haven't focused on this as much. Like
you were unprepared, and we put you on the spot. So yeah, you were clearly frazzled by it.
Yeah,
and I also am not as experienced in writing as you guys are. Like not by a long shot. I struggle with writing a lot because I'm a visual thinking guy, and actually that explains a lot about the other stuff we talked about. But most people think in numbers. Like they close their eyes, and when they hear about an apple or whatever, they think about the word apple. Like people like me, they see the visual thing. So like for me to like sit down and just look at this giant wall of text and like do stuff with that is very hard. Like the video I'm making right now didn't have a script. Like all of it was at the top of my head, which is why it took so long probably. But like that's a flaw that I have to work on. So it's that is why.
Alrighty. Well, I think that this has been an interesting discussion. I think that,
yes.
Hopefully this has been productive to people watching it. I'll probably split this video in half. Initial discussion and then do the replica film debate as a separate thing.
All right.
Get some more views done.
Yes, I'm okay with that. But thankfully today we rose by 2 subs, I think. So
really?
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think but I think next week we'll kind of go into less controversial territory with New Hope.
Yeah,
probably.
So immediately, I have a hot take, and I have a relatively hot take in that I think that Edge of Tomorrow is more easily analyzed as a hero's journey, is a better example of a hero's journey story than A New Hope is, but that will be for another time.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's that I also like whenever I talk about any of the Star Wars films, I kind of. The way I kind of look at them in a way is that they're like one giant movie altogether, all 6 of them. So, like
that's one way to look at it, yes. But there is the other ways.
Yeah.
But I mean, like Style Substance talks about it in his video, but he explains it all a lot better than I can right now. So I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, then that's totally fine. And like I think I'm interested to kind of like I think that kind of like we can now say that we have fully dissected the prequels and there's really nothing more that we can talk about.
And don't worry about don't worry about the words. We understand. We really do. Words are hard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not English from my native language.
Nederlands
is heel stuk makkelijker.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anybody in the chat who would like to subscribe, thank you for.
I have to get that last shameless plug.
Yes.
Die, motherfuckers.
Yep. Well, if you like this content, I would love to see more of you in the chat. In whatever interesting things. I think after Star Wars, we're kind of gonna have to figure out what we're gonna do.
Well, Dunn has a Twitter, and so do I. So
any
if that's of
want
interest
to
to you,
see
then
me
whatever.
talking- and if any of you want to see me talking more about the prequels later, then you can go to my channel, Replica Films. Yeah.
Yep. I also
You
have.
can find me in Dunn's Discord.
Yep.
And if
I think
you-
you can find, I think you can find all
you
of us
had
in
a
Dunn's
channel.
Discord.
You had a
Yeah,
channel.
I do have
that-
a channel. Yeah, mostly it's just gaming videos at the moment.
Yep. And
Well, go
if
sub
you
her channel.
if you the link is in the description. If you want to see like my writing and analyze my stuff, feel free to take a look at my work here. I know that another book is coming out at the end of the month, and that'll be Battle of the Seven Suns, and then Dragon Blaster will be coming out in August, and Super Shots will come out in the meantime, released weekly.
Wait a minute. Have all of you guys like released books and stuff?
Nope.
Only done, I
crap.
believe.
Yeah,
well, I
I'm
mean,
still
you guys
writing.
are all very involved and like aspiring to do that, right?
Yes, as my name would suggest.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I think I might be the wrong guy for this. I think. It's not like I don't aspire to do my own things, but I'm just like I said before, visual thinker, approaching things completely different way.
Yeah.
Maybe that's actually like the thing to take away here is that it takes someone like me to really extra double special see what George Lucas is doing, and the rest it's not as easy. And that's like that's the conflict there, is that it's just a different state of mind. Because I wouldn't be surprised if George is a visual thinker. I mean,
I imagine he is.
I mean,
I can imagine he is.
I mean, let me just tell you guys something, right? Rick Worley's video, I assume you guys have all seen that. Like,
I have a couple
when he
of times
pointed,
tried
when he pointed that out, the visual symmetry and all that, that was not something I didn't know before. That was something he pointed out that I had noticed all the time before, and then I finally actually realized it because it was subconscious. So maybe it's just a different state of mind. I don't know, but I promise to all you guys that I will definitely try harder in the future. But I mean, I was kind of afraid. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I was kind of afraid this is gonna become a shit show, and I was gonna just have to leave, and that didn't happen. And I just stayed, and you guys gave me the room to talk and all that, and so I'm happy with how it turned out.
Yes, thank you for not leaving.
We're not like Just Right or Patrick Willems.
Or Pop Culture Detective.
Yeah. Like, and the nice thing is, I like this movie. Like, there's not like I don't dislike any of the prequels. I think that they're like they have structural problems, but they aren't in terms of like how they're written. But I don't think they're awful and beyond redemption. So I'm not coming in from the perspective of like Patrick Willems, who thinks that like Revenge of the Sith is the worst Star Wars movie.
Yeah, and I'm coming at it from the same angle.
Yeah.
It's like
yeah.
I like these movies. They have problems. Most of them, however, are superficial. And none of the problems that there are universe breaking.
Yeah, and they're not like they're relatively forgivable problem. They're forgivable problems in a lot of cases, but it's kind of they are still there.
And when we say the Anakin Padme romance is awkward, that's actually a compliment. Because in Attack of the Clones, he is 19. He's a teenager and he doesn't know what he's doing. So of course it's going to be awkward.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with how Anakin is written. My problem is
for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Padme.
Okay, so
it's not Anakin. It's Padme.
Let's not get into this debate again.
No, you guys don't understand. You guys don't understand. You see, whenever somebody says it's awkward, especially with the videos I have okay, I think I'm beginning to see the problem. The videos I have researched, the arguments I have researched to go up against are so low tier, so broken and stupid, that like actual smarter ones I struggle with because because when you say awkward, what do I think about? Well, I think about Plinkett saying that it's the most retarded, like the worst, like romance since like Twilight or something.
No,
I'm
we're
like, oh,
talking
fuck
about
off
his
with that one.
behavior.
Talk.
We're talking about his behavior as a
I know, but that's what
we're
I think
talking about.
Guys saying
that's what I
that
think
he's saying
about.
that
Is
we
what I'm
argue
saying.
better.
Like
basically
what
what he's saying is that we're arguing better than the people who are just making statements. We're trying to go into the granular details.
Yeah.
Because we're dissectors, we must rip it to every atom.
Yeah.
The quote White, we're gonna rip and tear.
Yeah. No, it's fine. I see that now. Like it's just like I look, if you look, just trust me. If you guys look up Confused Matthew or like a guy named Samuel Gavin, watch his arguments of the prequel, you can understand why I'm such a militant motherfucker about all this.
Oh yeah, that's totally. I can definitely understand where you are coming from.
We've gone over Confused Matthew's
Lion
King video.
Oh god, I was thinking about making when I'm going to make my videos on Confused Matthew, I'm making that a bonus just for the sake, just for the hell of it. Just look, don't tell me. I need to suffer properly, so I'm fired up when I'm going to edit it. But just tell me, just say express the video in one word.
I actually
one word.
Biased.
Very biased.
And also, here's the funny thing: that comment section, that video has the most salty comment section of anything I've ever done. It's kind of hilarious. There are so many
salty in a good way or in a bad way.
They are just angry. They call us like algerin man nerd tards or something like that.
Nostalgia nerd tards?
What?
So they're like, oh, fuck the Lion King, you're an idiot if you like it.
I bet that if I watch that review, I'm just gonna get an aneurysm. Like it's. I was created on this planet to deal with stuff like that. I was adult for all this. No, I'm just kidding.
But yeah, I think the main point that we should get at is there are a lot of very superficial and bad criticisms that have been levied at the prequels, and very often they seem to either overlap or take attention away from more substantive issues, which kind of weakens the entire discourse around it.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot. Like, I genuinely believe a lot of the things you guys brought up weren't problems, but that's like a way more complex thing. And I guess in my video series I'll go into that a lot more. What the fuck is this?
Oh, this is the comment.
That is the comment section for the.
Well, hold on. Did I just see somebody say if he challenged Mufasa he would lose? What did Confused Matthew unironically say? Why doesn't Scar just attack him? I mean, that seems dumb enough to try.
See, like that's actually something that you can explain with visual language because Mufasa is much bigger, and is like, Scar is like really thin and scrawny.
And we see Scar.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that Scar says, "Oh, I could never beat you in a fight" or whatever. Like, he has a line to that effect.
Yeah, and also, if Scar could beat Mufasa, then you'd think he would also be able to beat, like... He clearly is smaller than Mufasa, and then he's barely able to beat Simba, who is just, like, a little bit smaller than Mufasa. There's a reason Mufasa is king. Scar is weak.
Yeah.
All right, well...
We should probably conclude it there. But this has been fun. Thank you, Replica Films, for coming on, and I'm glad that we were able to at least live up to certain levels of standards of argumentation and not sink to the lows of Red Letter Media or Confused Matthew.
That's what I was planning to do.
Yep. Alrighty. Well, we will see you guys later. Adios.
Bye.